Hello, everybody! Oh man, it is so good to be back. It's been quite a long time. Astra, Aura, thank you for joining the stream. JBN, nice to see you. Rio, hey dude! Thanks for showing up. All right, man. Whew. Little nervous. It's been quite a few years since I last did this, so just kind of shaking off the willies here. All right. So, hopefully everyone's having a good weekend. Hopefully everyone had enjoyed their Halloween. Lots of candy to be enjoyed, lots of spooks to be had, lots of fun. Well, hopefully people TP'd and didn't get in trouble for it. You know, classic shenanigans. Anyways, yes, it has been quite a long time since I've been back, since I've done this, so I definitely want to get reacquainted with everybody. Alright, let's see, who else we have here? That's alright. Okay, oh man. So, hopefully everything's coming in alright, and my audio is not too loud. Whoa, hey, Vedranox! Who the fuck are you? They call me Tingus Pingus. Alright, so, yeah, hopefully everything's okay. You know, if there's anything out of place, guys, like if my audio is too loud, or too low, let me know, especially the background music. I definitely want to know if that is something that you guys can hear or if it's too loud. Let's see. Make sure everything is ready to go here. Holy, what's up, dude? I saw a guy trying to pull a cheetah. I thought he was trying to pull a fast one. Haha! Background music is low compared to me. Alright, good. Glad to hear that. Yenadoc, welcome, first time chatter. Glad to see you. So yeah, it's definitely been quite an interesting few years for me. For those of you who are not familiar, the reason why I went on a hiatus is because I enlisted in the military. Yeah, so. And I'm still in the middle of that contract, but I'm in a position right now where I can start streaming again comfortably without having to worry about it, you know, the two things interfering with each other. I've been doing good, playing Legends ZA for the most day. Nice. I've been playing Legends ZA too. I still don't plan on actually like doing that on stream, or at least not. You know, if the mood strikes me, I may just, you know, hook it up and, you know, and like show you guys where I'm at in the game currently, but I don't plan on like doing a let's play, like an actual like let's play stream of it. I'm too far in the game for y'all to see how the sausage got made. But yeah, I'll be getting my Legend ZA Tommy as it's coming in the mail. Nice. So yeah, like I said, I'm still in the military. I'm like halfway through my service right now, and when that time is up, I will see where I want to be at that point in time. Yeah. Although I do want to say I am strongly leaning towards re-upping my contract because I do enjoy my time here in the military. This place, you know, I love the environment, I love the people, and I do love my job. Let's see. Ramnus coming out built like Lieutenant Surge. I wish. I am still quite skinny, and everybody in my unit is not afraid to remind me. but I am stronger than I have been when I first enlisted is what I mean. I have been getting stronger. Like, I'm able to lift over 200 pounds now, according to my last PT test, which was last week. I'm still like a tiny bit sore from that, by the way. Oh man, you wouldn't believe. And I now my strength does fluctuate sadly because like I've before this last PT test, I never threw up in a PT test before because I've always managed to keep myself, keep myself balanced. But this last PT test, I kind of threw up after a sprint jag carry session, and I hate that. That event is the one event I always dread. But I did manage to pass every one of the events. So, but man, that sprint drag carry is rough. But yeah, built like Lieutenant Surge. I don't think that's the physique I want to go for necessarily. I do want to be strong, but I don't want to be like too buff to where I'm like my muscles are constricting my mobility. If that makes sense to you guys. But I like being thin. I like being lean, but not too big. I feel like that's not really my vibe. But yeah, so as you guys can see, this is also my live 2D debut. Thanks to the lovely Seal Valkyrie. She is the one who created this lovely model of me. Takashare, hey dude, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Watch as it happens somehow, man. I guess I would be doing something right if that did end up happening. If I did end up getting a Lieutenant Surge build. So not a Crash Awake bot. Sadly, no. Because here's the thing about my particular body chemistry is that no matter how much I try, I have not been able to break past 125 pounds. Like I try, but my metabolism is pretty high. Even at the ripe old age of 33 years old, I still have a high metabolism. So like I burn off a lot of calories without even trying. Especially when I'm asleep, because that shit just melts off of my body, like, and it's both to the amazement and to the detriment of the people around me. Waiting for dinner to get done with its yummy spaghetti and meatballs. Nice. Is it mom's spaghetti? If it's mom's spaghetti, be sure not to like, go all B rabbit and upchuck it somewhere. But yeah, so live 2D. But yeah, like I said, live 2D model here, done by the lovely Seal Valkyrie. Thank you very much. She's a good friend of mine, and I'm very happy to have commissioned her to make this live 2D model of me. And the rigging is done by another friend of mine. His name is Steve Red. Both Steve Red has done an amazing job with the rigging here. I really like it. And I also have a bunch of toggles here. Yo, Torn Boy! Dude, welcome! Long time no see. I'm so happy you were able to make it. But yeah, so here's a couple of toggles. As you can see, I've got this nice little 5 o'clock shadow here. It's true to life because right now, during the weekends, I tend to not shave. And it is standard regulations to always be shaved, but I tend to not do that on the weekends because, fuck that. I'm gonna not shave on the weekends because I don't need to. But yeah, so I do have. Oh, wrong one. Ah, fuck the grooming standards. Yeah, I got this little toggle for angry face. Let's see. I got this little sad face. Oh, boo-hoo! The regulations prevent me from looking my age instead of looking like a 12-year-old that I keep getting made fun of for. Here we go. Here's the top. So here's how I look like when I can be clean shaven, and you'll probably see this. You'll definitely probably see this toggle like on Fridays and Saturdays when my face is more clean shaven. Especially since on Friday, that's when I have work and, I have to shave. Lyra, welcome back. Welcome home, soldier. Thank you. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I can't stick around, but if you're still going in a couple hours, I'll raid you. Oh, thank you, Torn. I appreciate it. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not sure how long the this stream is gonna last. I do hope to make it last for quite a bit because I got a lot to catch up on and a lot to stuff to tell you guys about. Matt RX, welcome to the stream. First time chatter. All right. Also, I do have a few more toggles here for you. So, I have a toggle where I can remove my glasses. So although I do need them, I am very nearsighted. I can barely move my hand in front of my face without it without it starting to go blurry. All right, and then I can take off my lab coat if I want to, and then you can see. Well, you probably can't see, but I got my. There we go. I got my little Pokemon tie here, as I usually do. And then I can also take off the shirt, so you can see this nice little compressed athletic shirt that I like to wear. That I do tend to wear more a lot of times. I got very comfortable wearing stuff like this during PT. Even though, spoiler alert, I'm not supposed to have these on underneath my PT clothes, but I still have it on anyway because these are very comfortable and I kind of forget to take them off. Let's see. You're gonna be streaming semi-consistently, hopefully. Yeah, so that is gonna... So I plan on streaming, like, every weekend because, you know, being in the military, I do have a consistent schedule for the most part. So military schedule, I work on the weekdays, so Monday through Friday. So I do plan on streaming on the weekends. That's like Friday evening, Saturday, Sunday, and you know, depending on whether I have like an extended holiday or whatever, like any Donza holidays or anything like that, I may have guerrilla streams where I feel like if I feel like I want to stream on a day off that I have that's not on part of the regular schedule, then I'll certainly let you guys know. In fact, there's a holiday block leave coming up for service members, and so that means that I will have like a whole bunch of time to spend Christmas with my family. But obviously, as I just said, I'll be with my family, so I probably won't be able to stream. But yeah, so that's pretty. Yeah, I will. So yeah, I will definitely have a consistent schedule that's mostly going to be isolated to the weekends. Holy, what? Oh, I see you there, Holy, with the weapons. All right, so let me put. You know what? Nope. There we go. All right, so with that out the way, I think I've fairly caught you guys up with where I'm at right now as far as what I've been up to in these past few years. Let's see. Oh, I'm so hyped you're back. Are you going to be continuing your timeline project? Yes, actually. And that is something that I will be talking about, that I will be going more in depth about here later on in the stream, because I did create a couple of slides for you guys to, you know, just to help flesh things out, to help kind of renovate my lab, right? Because the way unlike before when I first started, I was just going off of like template stuff, just, you know, oh, just this is what everybody does, you know, and I'm just like, okay, you know what, I'm just starting, so I'm just gonna follow what everybody does here just to be on the safe side. But now as I'm a little bit more experienced, oh, gotta hop out. Okay, thanks, Torn. If you are gonna be here later on, I will see you later. If not, I will definitely see you next time. But yeah, so oh shoot, what was I saying? Shoot, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, so I do plan on for this stream, I do plan on like getting feedback from you guys as to how to have a more personalized experience for everybody involved, right? Because I've definitely learned a lot so far in my time in the military, and I want to try. I do want to try to extend some of the things I've learned into my little VTubing space here, my streaming space, and I will further elaborate what I mean by that in the slideshow that I have prepared for you guys in a minute. But let's see. I believe that's everything that I wanted to talk about at this juncture. Oh, by the way, if at any point the stream does get a bit weird, like a bit scuffed, that's probably because I made the very bold decision of switching internet service providers literally literally yesterday. I got a new internet service provider, and I just hooked up all of the equipment, and so I'm on a brand new like internet service that hopefully is like a lot better than what I worked with prior. The last service provider I had, it wasn't bad. Really, the only reason why I had to switch is because literally the service provider could not connect their equipment to my Switch 2. And I'm just like, I kind of need my Switch 2 to connect to the internet, and if I can't get that with you guys, I think this is a good place to part ways. So like, no hate or anything. I really did love my previous service provider. They did their job. But I just needed to move on to greener pastures, as it were. All right, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go get started on the reintroduction slides that I made up for you guys. All right, let's see. Oh, all right. So yeah, so this is a new thing. Sakai, hey, welcome. Yep, I am back. I am definitely back. Let's see. Whoops. So this is. Hang on a second. There we go. Haha. Alrighty, so this is going to be my reintroduction slide to help you guys get further reacquainted with me and what I'm about and what and the type of environment that I want to have in these streams. Let me go ahead and blow this up for you. There we go. Oh, let's see. Hang on a minute. I underestimated the hang on a second. I underestimated the fact that the full screen actually blocks out my entire kind of takes up my entire screen, so I can't see chat. So give me just a second. All right. Let me grab my phone here to pull up Twitch chat so I can do this while also seeing what you guys are saying. Let's see. Come on. Pull up. All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Now I can see the chat on my phone. All right. Vedronox, you gotta relearn the game that is streaming. Yes, indeed. I do have to relearn the game that is streaming. Okay, so here we go. So let's go ahead and get started with this slideshow I have. So first thing here. Oh, what the hell? Someone's decided to put a snippet of my high school yearbook here. So yeah, voted most likely to become a conspiracy theorist. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I am a French analyst. There is a difference, and I'll go over that difference later on in the slide. But yeah, so yes, my name here is C. Arthur Ramnus. And then my alma mater is Cedric Juniper High School. That's in New Town. It was a pretty all right school. My teacher there, Mr. Saylor, and then and of course I've graduated back in May of that year. So car, yeah, car. All right, so here's my reference sheet again, made by the lovely and awesome Seal Valkyrie. As you can see, I'm looking pretty dapper. Also, there are times where I get a little too obsessed with my job, and you know it does tend to have its moments. And I've got and I also take care of a lot of fire type starter Pokemon. There I am with Score Bunny. We're having a good bro moment. And of course my Litten there, she is she's just like any other feline, expect, typical feline stuff, and it really does grate on my nerves sometimes, especially when I have to get the fire department involved. Yeah, she really is cute. Cute and very, very precocious. All right, so who am I? Again, my full name is C. Arthur Ramnus. The C in my name stands for Carlos, and I'm named after my grandpa. I am 33 years old as of today. In fact, as of 1:15 p.m. this morning. Or sorry, I'm at 1:15 a.m. Whoops. All right, so yeah, my occupation is as a fringed analyst. It is self-proclaimed, yes, because there is no other way to describe my job than as a fringe analyst. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. And of course, as I said, I'm also a service member. Let's see. My hometown. I do come from November Town in Unova. My hobbies are video games, reading, and studying foreign cultures and history, as you will plainly see during future streams. Thank you, Sekai. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, my likes are, of course, I like chocolate. I'm very much a chocoholic. I get that from my mom. She's also a chocoholic. I really like spicy food. I really like spicy food. It's pretty good. I definitely like pizza. Coming from Unova, it's very much a given that pizza is one of my favorite foods to eat. And I like Pokemon. Specifically, I like fire types, fighting types, and electric types. They are all really cool Pokemon that I like. Majin Ramnus likes his chocolate. Yes, indeed. W chocolate and spicy food professor is a W. Thank you very much. All right, I also like Dr. Pelipper. And okay, and much to strategy. I know strategist probably isn't here right now. He may show up later. Hopefully he does. But I remember strategist always, always, it was always a thing back in my previous streams. How I would always like to drink Dr. Pelipper. It's still my favorite soda. However, I have committed myself to lessening my soda intake, for health reasons. So just to make sure I stay healthy and strong. Now, I do occasionally drink Dr. Pelipper, but I don't drink as much as I used to. I also drink lots of moo milk. I like cherry berries, and I do like brain engaging activities. So anything that any activity that requires me to think or use my brain in any fashion, I really like. So definitely expect some strategy games to show up on stream. You'll shoot him a message just in case. Yeah, sure. So big on puzzles. Yes. Oh, I love puzzles. I do love puzzles. And I dislike sour food. I will not. I repeat, I will not touch any sour foods. They are the bane of my existence. And I chalked it up to trying out warheads when I was a kid, and those, oh my god, those were just the worst. And I also dislike turn your brain off kind of activities. So like I said, the opposite. I do like it when I use my brain, when I engage in my mind. Not so much for things that require me to turn it off and just be like, oh no, you just just vibe. Like I can vibe and think at the same time, That would leave a mark. Yes, warheads would definitely leave a mark. All right, now, some of y'all are probably wondering, or have wondered for a while, what the hell is a fringe analyst? Well, let's go ahead and break that down. Okay, so you've got the word fringe here. By definition, fringe is the border or outer edges of an area or group. Not part of, and also not part of the mainstream, unconventional, peripheral, or extreme. It's derived from Old Latin, meaning the Old Latin word fimbria, meaning fibers. So, and that makes sense. You know, you definitely can see that. Like you got fibers at the edges. You know, you gotta pull at them sometimes. You know, and then you have over here the word analyst, right? An analyst is a person who conducts analysis. Simple as. Now, but let's go ahead and break down the word analysis. Analysis is a detailed examination on the elements or structure of something, right? And the word analysis is actually derived from Greek. The Greek word, even I can't tell the how to pronounce this. Analuin, I'm assuming. Analuin. I don't know Greek. Hey, strategist, welcome, dude. I was just talking about you. It's a guy who analyzes people's hair. I mean, that I did have to do that for some theories I made regarding Legends Arceus characters and who their potential relatives were. So you're not entirely wrong. It's not entirely unrelated. But yeah, so analysis is derived from the Greek word analuin, I'm assuming. The ana part meaning up, luin meaning loosen, so loosen up. So altogether, when you put the two words together, I'm loosening up the fibers of whatever. So I'm taking the loose threads that are found at the edges of any fabric, and I pull at it just to see where it originates from. So you can definitely tell that fringe analyst is a lot more nuanced and a lot more interesting than just being labeled a conspiracy theorist. But yeah, so that all in all is a nutshell. That all in all is a nutshell of what a fringe analyst is. I hope everyone is clear on that. No, there's not going to be any accusations of conspiracy theories being thrown left and right. Hopefully. Like a cat. Yeah. Like a cat, I would imagine, yeah. Not the conspiracy theories. Nah, not the conspiracy theories. Alright. Next slide. Alright, now it's time to introduce you guys to all the fire-type Pokemon that I take care of here at my lab. So, first up we have here my Litten that I take care of. Her name is Kurimu, which is just the Japanese way of saying cream, right? As you can see, she's a female Litten. She's got a naughty nature. She's a very mischievous little kitty. She likes burning things, getting in my way when researching, and getting petted. So anytime I've got, in fact, hold on, let me check to see where she's at right now. Okay, the coast is clear. She's not going to jump on my keyboard as I'm streaming, which is good because that's going to be annoying. The baby, yep, the baby. But yeah, so she dislikes having my attention taken away from her. She very much likes it when she's the center of attention and the attention is me. She dislikes Soccer's enthusiasm as well as Blair's clinginess to me. Soccer and Blair, you guys will meet here later on in the slide. So a cat, a perfect example of a cat. Yep, exactly. All right, and then fun fact, Kurimu is the child of my previous Litten Raccoon. Back in the day when I was but a wee little lad. I did have a Litten growing up, and I named him Raccoon after the Dragon Ball Z character because you know, wrestling. And so as I got older, Raccoon did have a child, and that child is now Cream. If she becomes an Incineroar, that attention-seeking aspect will be heightened to new levels. Oh, I would definitely not be surprised if that ended up being a thing. Yeah. I could definitely see her being a bit of a showboat. All right, so that is Cream, right? Next up, we've got Soccer the Score Bunny. Soccer here. He's a jolly little boy. He likes to run. He likes running, playing with Cream, running, playing with Wukong, and more running. Once again, Wukong is a Pokemon that you will be introduced here very shortly. He dislikes walking and Slowpoke tails, which is pretty interesting because I find pretty interesting because, you know, people in Galar, they love their Slowpoke tails. Apparently, they put it on everything, including curry. Gotta go fast. Yep, he's definitely a fast as fuck boy. And then fun fact, there's a shiny Baneri that stops by my lab lately and that watches Soccer all the time as he's running. And I think she has a crush on him, guys. So Soccer may have himself a little oh, what are those people called? Shoot. The fangirls who always try to tag along when their favorite rock star like goes on tour. I forget what those types of people are called. Shoot. Whatever that word is, that I think that's what this shiny Baneri happens to be. Sylvie, hey, welcome. I'm glad you made it. Groupie, thank you, Veginox. Yes, I think shiny Baneri is shaping up to be Soccer's groupie. Oh my god, Slowpoke Tails, I joined Soccer. Yep. Kecleon, yes, I am back. Welcome, dude. Thank you for showing up. I really appreciate you being here. All right, so next up is a pair of Charmander that I take care of. One is a boy named Draco. The other is a girl named Charlize. Their natures are docile for Draco and rash for Charlize. Draco likes to relax while Charlize is proud of her power. Draco, they both like staring up at the sky, so they both like sky gazing in a sense. And Charlize likes to race with Soccer while Draco likes basking in the sun. And then they both dislike the rain. They hate it when it rains. They get all mopey and a little sad, and I hate to see them when they are like that. Yes, indeed, Kecleon, it has been a while. 3 years, give or take a few months, probably. In fact, no, yeah, I left back in September of 2022, so yeah, 3 years plus a couple months. So they both dislike rain, and Draco dislikes roughhousing, while Charlize dislikes ghost types. Now, here's a fun fact. One of them eventually becomes a Mega Charizard X, while the other becomes a Mega Charizard Y. And I wonder which one you guys think turns into either form. I couldn't imagine why Charmander doesn't like the rain. Yeah, I wonder. I really wonder. It's a very head scratcher, isn't it? All right. So next, the names are subversions. Are they now? All right. So moving on to the next one. Who's that Pokemon? We have here a couple of Cyndaquil. One is a boy named Kuzan, and the other is a girl named Miko. Kuzan has a hardy nature, while Miko is modest. Kuzan is strong-willed, while Miko is highly curious. They both like roasted food, and while Miko likes sleeping on my desk, Kuzan likes playing with my blankets. I like the Gen 2 art for Miko. I'm glad you like it too. I also like old school Ken Sugimori art. And you know, I will tell you that there is a reason for that. Hey, Fred the Red. Yes, look who's back. I am back. I am so glad that you were able to make it. All you guys being here, it really does warm my heart. Thank you very much for attending my re-debut. So yeah, So, like I said, Kuzan likes playing with my blankets. So just like, just like with any sort of pet who, if you throw a blanket on them, they tend to rummage around in your blankets. That's pretty much what Kuzan does. I mean, I figured out which one was Miko because of the last bullet point. That's true. Yeah, it's kind of like laid out right there. You still have blankets? You got the fireproof ones? Yes, I do have fireproof. I do have fireproof blankets because of the company that I keep in my lab. So it's a given. So yeah, moving on to the dislikes. Kuzan dislikes taking baths. It's always a bit of a it's always a bit of a challenge to try to make sure that Kuzan stays clean because he does tend to rummage in the dirt sometimes. And then of course Miko dislikes obnoxiously loud sounds. So anytime there's like a thunderstorm or if I accidentally like slam a door, Miko does not like that. And then, fun fact, Miko comes from Hisui. Now, the reason why Miko comes from Hisui is because I did have a brief stint where I got sent back to the past in the ancient land of Hisui, which turns out, spoiler alert, it becomes the Sinnoh region. And when I was in Hisui trying to find my way back to the present, or back to the future, I should say. Haha, 88 miles per hour. Joke, joke. Wink, wink. I teamed up with a Hisuian Typhlosion there, and it was a bit sad. As I was facing off against some weirdo with a god complex, my Hisuian Typhlosion unfortunately sacrificed her life to save me from Giratina's strike. And left. And by the time I was ready to go home, she gave birth to Miko here. So I was able to bring Miko back to the future here with me, and that is why she is in my lab despite being from the past. Oh yeah, it's a bit sad, but Miko does have a special place in my heart. All right. Moving on to the next Pokemon, who's that Pokemon? We have here Bach. Bach is a Torchic. He's a brave little toaster. He likes to fight. He likes watching martial art movies with me, and he likes fighting with Wukong and Zhu, and as well as running with soccer. He dislikes sweets, sadly. And fun fact, his favorite movies are Tony Jaa movies. He missed a title, Fire Pokemon Caretaker. I really do like Fire type Pokemon. What can I say? The Fire type starters have always been, they've always struck a chord with me. So I just can't ignore them. All right. So, and another fun fact that I forgot to put down on this slide here. Bach's name comes from Ong Bak, one of the first Tony Jaa movies that I saw that was all about Muay Thai, which is really cool because Blaziken is kind of sort of Muay Thai coded, but it's definitely Muay Thai coded when he Mega evolves into Mega Blaziken, and that's when you see the true Muay Thai coding like in full force. I love it. All right, next up we have Wukong the Chimchar. I obviously don't need to tell you guys where the name Wukong comes from. I love it because I am also born in the year of the monkey, so I have a natural affinity towards the king of the simians there. All right, so Wukong here, he's a little quirky. He's also a bit impetuous and silly. The horrors remain, and yet he will always remain silly. All right, he likes fighting with Bach and Zhu. He likes playing pranks, especially on Cream. It really does get on her nerves sometimes. And he also likes playing with soccer. They are definitely two of a kind. He dislikes losing, and he dislikes nanab berries. Those are the little the bunchy pink ones that you see sometimes. And then, fun fact, Wukong and Zhu were friends before staying with me. And if you're wondering who Zhu is, that is who we'll be talking about next. Zhu. Zhu right here is a tepig. He likes to relax. He's capable of taking hits. He likes food, fighting with Wukong and Bak, and eating with Mariachi. Mariachi is like one of the last Pokemon you'll see here. He's one of the recent additions to my lab. He dislikes bullies and he dislikes wasting food. And fun fact, Zhu can sniff when it's about to rain hours before it does. So he does act like a sort of early warning system for Draco and Charlize whenever they don't want to get caught in the rain outside. You missed the Tepig emote? All right, next up, I have here Blair the Brakeson. She's a sassy little fox here. She's thoroughly cunning. She likes me being at my side always and sweets. She dislikes cream she dislikes not being near me, and she dislikes sour food. And fun fact, Blair gnaws at her twig whenever she feels jealous and has to constantly replace it after wearing it down. Blair is best girl. She's pretty affectionate. In fact, she kind of reminds me of Ash's Chikorita in a sense, but that can't. I don't think she's like that. Yeah, I don't think she's like that at all. Maybe, probably. Cough, Gardevoir, cough. All right, the final fire-type Pokemon here is Mariachi the Fuecoco. He's a modest little boy who loves to eat. And as such, of course, he likes food, eating with Zhu, and gnawing on anything and everything. It's a bit tough having him around because I have to make sure that he's not gnawing on, like, chair legs or whatever. He dislikes not gnawing on things, so he's a very toothy boy. He also dislikes cold food, so no ice cream for him. And he dislikes it when people touch his tufts, the little orange things at the top of his head. I mean, I would assume so, because those things glow pretty hot, so I wouldn't want to touch them. And then, fun fact, Mariachi likes to thump his tail on the ground whenever he enjoys his food. So I also sometimes call him Thumper because of that. All right. And did I say this was the final Pokemon? I lied. I'm sorry. The final Pokemon here is Jarvis the Rotom. Elysian is familiar with Jarvis. I remember he and Jarvis always going at it in the chat sometimes. Someone has to bring the beat? Yes, indeed. All right, so Jarvis is pretty naive. He's also highly curious, but he likes snooping through my files, unfortunately, which is a bit of a problem when those files are on my work computer. So it's like, don't do that. I don't think that's a good thing for you to do there, Jarvis. And he also likes possessing any new electronics it finds, as well as upholding rules. So that's kind of, he's a bit of a stickler when it comes to being an auto mod. He dislikes people breaking the rules. He also dislikes old technology because whenever he tries to possess it, he can't really do much with old technology. And fun fact, Jarvis was given to me by my unit. And to this day, I still don't know what for. It's kind of a mystery. I'm still trying to figure that out. But I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out in the future. For now, he's a bit of a staple here. All right, now, after that, so now that all of the family has been introduced here, I do want to go over. Oh, hang on, let's see. You won't be fond of my CRT TV I used for my retro gaming corner. I mean, like he'll probably like it because if it's a CRTV and you have a video game attached to it, he'll probably like it. But yeah, so after all of that, I definitely want to show you guys 10 non-Pokemon games to get to know me. So at some point, you may see me stream any of these games during like a variety stream, or if I need a break from researching on the Pokemon games. So, you know, take a good look here. Hopefully some of these games will get you guys excited for any future streams that you guys would be interested in seeing. You know, we got some Fallout, we got some Fallout games, we got some Among Us, got some Baldur's Gate 3, got some Total War if you're into like real-time tactics strategy games. Like I know I am. I got some Monster Hunter here. I got well, I used to play Overwatch 2. I forgot to take that game off of my list because I no longer play Overwatch 2. I try not to go back to it. Digimon, yes, I do have Digimon, and I do want to get Time Strangers. I haven't had the time to actually go into Steam and grab Time Strangers yet. Oh hey, Honey Pop. Yeah, Honey Pop. I think that might be a fun game to stream like on I don't know. Maybe on Valentine's Day or something. Who knows? We'll see. I did play Honey Pop only once, and I beat it rather quickly, and then I haven't touched it since. So there's that. Let's see. There's some visual novel maker. That's in relation to one of my projects that I'm doing that I will definitely talk to you guys about in the future as I get more assets to include with the project. And then of course we got some Warhammer 40K. I do love me some Warhammer 40K, specifically the Dawn of War games, because those were my first. That game was my first introduction to the Warhammer franchise. So I do want to. I'm glad that they recently released a definitive edition with like quality of life updates and whatnot. So I definitely would like to stream that at some point in the future. And I also have some XCOM games. I actually just recently beat XCOM Enemy Unknown just by myself, which is fun because that was the first time I've ever beaten XCOM, and I've played XCOM for years. Which should say something because XCOM games are notorious for having cheating ass AI. It's ridiculous. Oh, hold on. Do not. Oh wait, is Honey Pop streaming Honey Pop against TOS? Is it? Okay. Well, I guess if Twitch is I guess if Twitch has a weird thing about VTuber hips, then yeah, I guess something in like Honey Pop would be against TOS. That makes sense. It will 100% get you banned? Damn, okay. 1 and 2 are prohibited. Okay, you know what? Okay, fair enough. All right, let's see. I mean, Honey Pop is more than... True, Honey Pop is more than that, but I could have swore that Honey Pop has like a safe for work version if memory serves. Again, I haven't touched this game since it released. So I could have swore there was like a not safe for work version and a safe for work version that you can do for streams. But like I said, if it's gonna get me 100% banned no matter which version I play, then then I'll leave that alone. Lastly, of course, you see here at the bottom of the list, you see some Yu-Gi-Oh games. I do still play Yu-Gi-Oh, although I do not play the physical card game anymore. I do play more Master Duel. I am so happy that the Early Days collection is a thing because now I can play my favorite 2 Yu-Gi-Oh video games that I've always played, and that was Yu-Gi-Oh! The Sacred Cards and Yu-Gi-Oh! Chef of Destruction. Those 2 were definitely one of my favorite games growing up. And I did recently get Legacy the Duelist because I just wanted a online Yu-Gi-Oh video game that was more chill than Master Duel, and Legacy the Duelist definitely fits that bill. Non-Pokemon games Honey Pop highlighted. That was a mistake on my part. That was like, I don't know why Honey Pop got highlighted. A man of culture at best. Thank you. All right, so again, those are 10 Pokemon games to get to know me. Now, with that out the way, let's move on to the next topic here, which is to talk about what to expect when it comes to like what I want to do with this new refreshed version of my streams. Okay, so what to expect? Well, first and foremost, a more relaxed speech from me, i.e., tons of fucking profanity because I went through the military, so like swearing peppering my language with swears every now and then is something that I grew accustomed to. Whenever I look back at my old clips from my previous streams, I did it did remind me that I did kind of unnecessarily limit myself to I was being very restrictive of myself and like how I talked, and I don't want to do that moving forward. Starting from this re-debut, I want to be more relaxed about how I conduct myself on stream. Gasps. Yeah, I know. Imagine. Next up is a zero tolerance for bullshit. That also comes with the territory of just being inducted in the military. I've gotten way too used to people doing bullshit, getting away with bullshit, and putting bullshit onto me. So yeah, I've got a zero tolerance policy for bullshit, and that's something that you'll probably see in future streams. Well, not probably. You will see it. That's definitely going to be a thing. I'm going to be the last one of the group to swear. I mean, yeah. If it's something JBN that you want to make sure that you do, then hey, more power to you, man. It's just for me. Like I tried like being completely family friendly with no swearing, and I'm just like, this just feels too restrictive to me. I want to feel more relaxed when it comes to streaming. I'm not gonna say a swear word like every other word, because I have seen someone speak like that, and it just sounds so stupid, and I just could not take the dude seriously. So for me, when the mood strikes, if I do happen to drop some swears here and there, it's because it is what it is. Jay is more going to be the last man standing with family-friendly boundaries. All right, next up, targeted punishments towards rule breakers, i.e. no mass punishments. Again, this is all stemming, this is stemming from my military experience. I hate mass punishments. I get why they were a thing in the military. I do. In fact, I don't dislike it in the military. I do know the purpose behind it, and so because I know the purpose of it, I can be a little bit more tolerant of it, to an extent. However, outside of that environment, I don't like mass punishments. So say like because there's an old saying, if there's a rule, it's because someone fucked it up for everybody else. There's always one person who fucks it up for everybody else, and I don't want to carry that into my stream. So if I ever encounter someone who like breaks whoever tries to break the rules or whatever in my chat, that person and that person alone is going to get punished, and I'm not going to have it affect anybody else in the stream. Nah, turn the car around, slap us in emote only mode. That could be an option, although I would need to have way more. I feel like I would need to have way more emotes in order for that to be a viable option. I only have just like a handful of emotes at this point in time. I'll definitely try to have more emotes later on, but certainly at this point, I don't think there's enough to warrant like an emote only mode. And then lastly, something to expect is a no pressure environment, just vibes. What that means is pretty much I don't want to feel pressured into doing anything because it's popular or because I feel like I have to do it. It's like I'm obligated to do something. If I want to do something on stream, it's mainly going to be because I choose to I chose to do it of my own free will, and if whenever I do that, that's how I want to conduct it. Or slow the chat down. Yes, that is always an option. Slowing the chat down is an option. Based. Thank you guys. So yeah, that's pretty much how that's pretty much the vibe I want here. Is just very I'm very, this all stems from the fact that I'm very individualistic, right? So I very much cherish my individuality. I want to, even though there are some things I do want to do that does kind of align with what a crowd is doing. I like doing it my own way. So, and that is probably gonna cause some friction with others, and I expect that. I don't expect it to rub everybody the right way or the wrong way. It's for me. It's just, it is what it is. But I'm still gonna do what I want to do. Cosmocon, hey, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Best way to approach it, really? Yeah, that's definitely what I think. I think that is the best way to approach it. All right, and so next up, we have here the left and right limits of my stream. Now, as you can see, the left and right limits of the stream, it's blank, and that is on purpose. The reason why is because I want to turn this portion into a bit of an exercise, right? Because the goal here is to try to make sure that I'm able to have a space that I'm able to have this be a space where anyone can feel welcome, right? So I don't want to restrict people, but at the same time, I know that some restrictions are necessary. And again, and part of that is due to the fact that, with my experiences so far, I've gotten to experience both the extremes of both there being not enough restrictions and there being too many restrictions on things. So with this, I definitely want to work with you guys, you guys in my community, to come up with a nice balance of rules that is a good mixture of a good mixture of letting people express themselves the way they feel comfortable in doing it, while also making sure that there's a line that cannot be crossed. Can't please everyone. At the end of the day, this is your space, like how you invite guests into your home. My house, my rules. Yes, very much so. That is exactly it. Unless you have mods that drive an isekai truck, then good luck with that. I mean, yeah. Right now, it's a bit of a solo ship. It's a bit of a solo ship right now. I'm the only one I'm the only one driving this isekai truck. But I feel like I want to put in a good effort into it. Yeah. Truck-kun, yeah, Truck-kun. So, with that being the case, I do want to go ahead and get started on coming up with left and right limits here. So, in my mind, when I think of rules that need to be established for a streaming space, right? I think the first thing that pops into mind, like no racism, no sexism, none of that. And I feel like well, that is very understandable. We don't want people. I don't want people to be disrespectful, like, for any reason. Treat others how you want to be treated. If you need a spare tire, I come highly recommend it. Well, Veginox, I thank you for the offer, and I will certainly take you up on that offer. You mean something like no backseating without permissions? Probably, yeah, something like that. But what I'm trying to go for here, for this first one, what I'm trying to go for here is, like, say like someone, what's a good analogy here? So say like after a while, right? Everyone in the chat is very familiar with each other, right? Everyone's very familiar with each other. We all know the tempo. We all know what we can say, what we cannot say to everyone in the chat. how so you guys so everyone who's familiar with each other is I want them to be free to talk with each other in a way that they can have fun. And that can sometimes involve like busting each other's balls, so to speak, with snide comments, with coy insults and whatnot, and sometimes certain jokes be made, and the other person, it doesn't feel insulted because they know they don't that other person is they know that other person, so they know that person is not saying it with any actual venom or malice in their words. But then it's something different when when a new person comes into the stream, right? And when a new person comes into the stream, they don't know everybody, and since they don't know everybody, if they say something out of pocket, then everybody looks at them like, hey, what the hell? We don't know you. You don't know him. Why are you? Why'd you call him that? Why'd you say that particular thing? That's weird, guy. So I want to strike a good balance between allowing people who are familiar with each other in the stream to talk to each other in a way that they feel comfortable with, while also making sure that people who are new to the stream, they come in, they know that they know that they can integrate very well, so that way they can get to that point where they can speak freely as they want to with other people as they get to know them. I hope that makes sense, because it makes sense in my head. I hope that makes sense to everybody else. You did a military run. I know what the lack of filter has done to you. You want the camaraderie. Yeah, yeah. I guess that is what I'm trying to go for. I want to like I want everyone in my chat to build a camaraderie with each other. I do want everybody in my chat to get along, to feel like they're to eventually get, because it's not going to always happen, but I do hope that everybody in the chat does get to know each other, and they get to see each other as actual friends, regardless of whether they're real life friends or friends made over the internet. And with that, that means people can be free to speak their mind, however that express it, in whatever way that expresses itself in. I'm keeping an eye out for them. So yeah, so that's what I guess what I'm that's what I'm trying to do. I want to have some kind of rule where it's like, hey man, if you're new to the stream, just make sure you try to get to know people before saying saying out of pocket things. Be respectful. Be respectful of others if it's your first. Be respectful of others if it's your first time here. You don't know anybody yet. And if you do see if you do see people, seemingly being mean to others, don't immediately assume that that these people know each other. These people are probably just going to be like, these people probably know each other, and this is how they communicate. This is how they like to this is how they like to banter. You need street cred before you can run. Yes, exactly. So that's my thing though. Is like, what is a good way to word that kind of rule, where it's like, I obviously, I still want people to treat each other with respect, you know especially if they're new to the stream, but also but also not restrict people who are veterans to the stream here, who have been here a minute, and know what the vibe is like. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here, is what is a good way to word this rule, so that way that's the kind of message that it gets across. So like, what is that like? Because everything I just said is a bit of a mouthful. I need to find a way to condense that into a easy understand sentence that's not too long. Hopefully, something that I can just put on my YouTube, not my YouTube, my Twitch about page. So let's see. I'm trying to think. Maybe. How about Oh, wait. How about let's try this. I'm gonna do respect is obliged, rapport is respected. New chatters should be careful in what they say, but regular chatters can be more casual. Okay, yeah. Let's see here. Let me change the layout here to double columns. Right? So this one is going to be for I guess this I'll put this one for regulars. And this one is going to be for first timers. That's all I got. Well, I appreciate it, Sekai. I really do appreciate your contribution. All right, so okay, so first and foremost, come on, there we go. First and foremost, regulars. Let's do a bullet point here. All right. Let's see. Regular. What was it? Regulars are free to speak their minds. Regulars are free to speak their minds. I feel like I'm making this. I'm just now thinking I might just be making this a bit too complicated. Because all in all the whole thing is a basic leadership tenet, right? A basic leadership tenet is don't make other people do what you wouldn't want to do yourself, right? So for me in particular, I do tend to hold myself back in if I'm new to a situation, so I can get a feel of what the environment is like, you know, and then as I get used to the environment, then I can just kind of open myself up more and just and match the vibe that everyone else has. So I think Vetronox, you said it. I think you put it in a better way here. Respect is obliged. Rapport is respected. So I think that might be better. So hang on here. Let me undo these. There we go. All right. Respect is obliged. Rapport is obligated. Oh, rapport is respected. Whoops. Rapport is respected. Because if you do it the other way, it would feel like an outsider looking in. W. Vegonox. Okay. Are you familiar with Heavenly Father? I am somewhat familiar with Heavenly Father. He I like his comedy style, mostly because I watch a lot of Russian Badger videos that he features in a lot. But I haven't seen any of his actual like clips or streams or any videos with him as the center. Have I seen his Twitch rules? I have not. In fact, I guess since you're bringing it up, you're recommending I look it up to get a good feel as to what that's about. So let me go ahead and do that. Wipe your shoes before you come into the stream. If you start a fight in chat, you better win. Be good people. No robophobia. Oh, that's great. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. Heavenly Father. All right, there he is. Heavenly Father. All right, let's check out his about page. Oh, that's it? Okay, okay. Oi, Mr. Poke Professor, happy birthday from your middle bro. Hey, bro, welcome. Aw, thank you, thank you. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate you coming on stream, and I appreciate the birthday wishes. Tell the family I said hi and I miss them, and I'll hopefully get to see them this Christmas. Stay poggers, don't be weird. Okay. You want to start shit, you better win is a wild rule, but I respect it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so yeah. That sounds like a good. That does sound like a good example to follow, because that does sound like the vibe that that does sound like the vibe that I want to go for. So I don't want it to seem like I'm ripping straight off of his rules. So I'm just gonna try to word it a bit differently. So let's see here. Let's see. Come in with your BIS. Let's see. You know what? No. Because there's no other, I don't think there's really any other way to put it. That is a good succinct way, that is a good direct way to put it. So, wipe your shoes before coming to the stream. In fact, hold on. I'm a big martial arts person. I know how to reword this. Take off your shoes before entering the chat. There we go. There. Same thing, same shit, different smell. If you need to ask if something is against the rules, it probably is. Yeah. That's probably true. Nah, you be like, you come in here ready to brawl, you better TKO or you get TKO'd, you get TK'd out. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna put my phone here, so that way I'm not looking down all the time while staring at chat. Alright, so take off your shoes before entering the chat. Alright, that's a good one. Let's see. No. If you have to ask, it probably is against the rules. There we go. There. How about that? If you have to ask, it's probably against the rules. All right, and then oh, there was another thing that I just thought of, but it slipped my mind. Hold on, let me get like a visual aid here in order to try to remember this. That covers Link's weird ass questions. True. Let's see. Ah, right. Okay, I remember now. So political and religious conversations. Oh wait, no. Alright, hold on. No political or religious conversations. Thank you, spell check. So no political or, come on now. I'm 33 years old, I can English well. No political or religious conversations outside of their outside of appropriate situations. So basically what that means is that if I'm doing like a research stream or if I'm playing a Pokemon game or a game that has themes, right? That has quote unquote themes, then it's then politics or religion may come up during those times, and I feel like those times are going to be like good times to talk about particular political things or religious things that pertain to what's happening on stream. But if I'm playing at like a game where it's like that has nothing to do with politics or religion, then political and religious conversations are a no go. That's pretty much what I'm trying to go for. Steam topic. So you mean like no political or religious conversations outside of Steam topic? Is that what you mean, Veginox? No political conversations. I've been through it on a daily basis. Don't bring it here unless it's within streamer game topic. Essentially, topics that derail your conversation become a challenge. Oh, outside of stream top. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a bit more of a concise way to put it. Outside of stream topic. There we go. Awesome. Yep. So that's good. All right. Let's see. I think a basic one. I think this still is an oldie but goodie basic one. Treat others the way you would like to be treated. Did I already cover that? I don't think I covered that yet, but I think that's like a bare bones thing that should be included. If I have to take off my shoes, do slippers count as shoes? That's a good question. I would say yes. Slippers do count as shoes for the purposes of houseware because people want to consider Crocs as slippers, and I definitely don't like Crocs. Crocs can go to hell, and they do not belong on my floor. No politics about the difference between Team Rocket and Team Magma. No peace talks with them. All right, so yes, treat others the way you like to be treated. Very basic, very bare bones. No need to further elaborate. It's that's common sense right there. All right, and then let's see. I guess I guess I'm never getting allowed in. This rule is BS. My slippers aren't Crocs. Well, not all slippers are Crocs, but all Crocs are slippers. That's how I treat that. But yeah, let's see. Let's go ahead and finish up this particular topic with one more rule. I feel like 4 or 5 rules is a good start for just for now. And then if I do come up with anything later on in the future, I'll be able to add on to it. But it has a backstrap, basically shoes. Slippers can have back. I've seen slippers with backstraps, so to me it is what it is. It is what it is to me. It's like if it's a slipper with a backstrap, it's a slipper with a backstrap. So yeah, let's see. And I think well, no, because I was gonna say a spamming one, like a no spamming rule, could be on here, but then that would already be covered by this second rule. That if you have to ask, it's probably against the rules. Respect the vibe. Respect the vibes. Yep, respect the vibes. Don't be a Debbie Downer. There we go. Respect the vibes. Don't be a Debbie Downer. Hey, thank you, Elysian. I will go ahead and stretch. Ugh. Woo! I felt something pop there. Okay, I definitely needed that stretch then. And then thank you for the hydrate. I will. Strategist, you weren't here earlier, so I do have some bad news for you, my bro, and that is that I've made a commitment to try to cut down on drinking Dr. Pelipper. So sadly, there won't be as much of that as there used to be in this. There won't be as much of that in these streams now. However, I will be drinking some much more healthy Powerade. There we go. All right, so, and of course, my favorite kind of Powerade is the fruit punch one because I love the color red. I don't. Which, by the way, I'm just not. I've always wondered how come the blue one, the mountain raspberry, whatever the fuck is. How come that one is the default Powerade that every fast food restaurant carries? It's like, oh, you got Powerade? Yeah, we got the Blue Mountain Raspberry. And like, why? Why is it always Blue Mountain Raspberry? Some Power Gemade. Not Sunkern Limeade. Ugh, no, gross. That's gross. Lime and lemonade. Again, I hate sour things. Just an absolute no-go with me. All right, so let's don't you insult my Blue Mountain. I don't. Hey, I'm not insulting Blue Mountain Raspberry. I'm just very confused as to why it seems to be the default Powerade flavor instead of literally anything else. Like, I don't know, fruit punch that pretty much everybody likes. I don't trust anyone that calls Gatorade or Powerade flavors by their given name. If you do, you're a fed. Well, okay. Well, technically, I am a fed. Technically, I am a fed. Sounds like an insult, honestly. Just try advanced GG. So I'm not exactly into energy drinks, mostly because I don't think energy drinks work on me as intended. And the reason why I say that is because when I was younger, I did try energy drinks. I once tried like 5-hour energy, and my dad can certainly attest to this. I tried 5-hour energy once during my senior year of high school, I believe it was, and instead of keeping me up for 4 hours, I literally crashed on my couch within 5 minutes of drinking that, and I did not wake up for several hours. So I don't think energy drinks work on me as they should. So I tend to stay away from that. It knocked him out. Yes, indeed. It knocked me the fuck out, man. I tell you what. All right, so let's. I think that just about does it for all the rules for the time being. Let's go ahead and move on to the next thing, which is what to call you guys, the members of my community / this streaming space. Must have been a good nap at least. Oh yeah, it certainly was. What was not good was the fact that I had very little time to do the homework I was supposed to do at that point in time. Lab radicates. Lab radicates? I mean that's pretty unique. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty unique. I've never heard someone say that before. Hold on. Let me write that down because that's a pretty good one. Lab radicates. Assistance. Chat is an evidence board. Hi. Okay, so So both of my parents have entered the chat here. Mom, Dad, thank you for joining the chat. I appreciate you guys showing up. Everything is certainly all good. Thank you very much. Alrighty, so yes, yeah, guys. So Mama and Papa Prof are in the chat. So guys, say hi if you want. Say hi if you want to. I'm pretty sure they'll appreciate it. Lab Ratata. Okay, so there we got a few here. Let's see. I think I just came up with one here. Let's see. Fringe Freaks, maybe. Not too confident in that one, but that was like the first thing that popped in my mind was Fringe Freaks. Now, see, sadly, V trainers. Fringe Freaks is funny. Are we your gang stalkers? Not sure how to answer that one. VTuber plus Pokemon. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured that's where you were going with there, Aura. All right, so let's see. Now, sadly, I've always wanted to use this and this. Sadly, however, these are already taken by M and J TV. So taken by, and then this one is taken by Lore Keeper Toby. So taken by Lore Keeper Toby. There we go. Fringe Trainers. Wait, I got it. Oh, I got it. I just came up with something. Fringe Maniacs. Pokemaniacs, yeah, that also popped in my head, and then of course I also did. I also, that's where I combined it with Fringe Freaks, and I were like, oh wait, there's the Pokemaniac, and then there's like, oh, Fringe Maniacs. Okay, so I feel really good about using. I feel really good about using those. Pokemaniacs. So yeah, I feel really good about these two as like community member names. So let me highlight these. Highlight red. That don't look like red. That looks like some kind of weird dragon fruit kind of color. What color is that? Close to light red. Yeah, no. There we go. That's red. Okay, so yeah, so definitely I guess it boils down to these two, Pokemaniacs or Fringe Maniacs. I like both. I like both of them for sure. So so it just boils down to these two. So let me go ahead and do that. And that, delete. There we go. So now it just comes down to these two. Fringe Maniacs or Pokemaniacs. Let's see. You know, at times like these, I would. Oh wait, I do have a coin. Hang on, I got a coin. All right. So, at times like these, I always grab a coin to try to just make up my mind when it comes to certain binary decisions. So I have a coin here right now. All right. So I'm gonna shake it up in my hand here, so I don't know which side is heads and which side is tails. So heads, if it's head, I'll flip the coin. If it's heads, we'll use Fringe Maniacs. If it's tails, we'll use Poke Maniacs. Yes, use Payday. All right. Background color red is making it hard to read. Oh, that's my bad. Red is my color, so but let me see here. Nope, that's probably gonna make it harder to read. it was a bit hard to read. It was a bit hard to read for me there. You know what? Hold on. I'll just remove it. There we go. Since, oh, excuse me. All right. Yeah, since there's only 2 left, I don't need the highlight. I don't need the highlight anymore. Okay, so I'm about to flip the coin. Heads, Fringe Maniacs. Tails, Poke Maniacs. And I will let the coin hit the floor. I'm not going to catch it. All right. It is heads. So, Fringe Maniacs wins out. All right. Fringe Maniacs it is. Sweet. Glad we got this part out of the way, because that has always been something that I always struggled with, was trying to come up with a name for you guys. For a second, I thought you lost the coin. All right. I think Fringe Maniacs is good because then it's your brand, not just Pokemon. That is true. That is a true fact. All right, so next slide. Fun redemption reward ideas. Let's see. Oh, before that, I'm not sure if this question is ever asked, but what is your favorite Pokemon? Yours is Haunter. So I don't have a single favorite Pokemon. That's why earlier in the stream I said I labeled that I really like fire type Pokemon, fighting type Pokemon, and electric type Pokemon. So I don't have a singular type. I don't have a singular Pokemon that is my favorite. I just have groups of Pokemon that are my favorite. And for certain, that the top of my list are the fire type starter Pokemon. Those are certainly my favorite types. Oh, hang on a second. All right, there we go. Oh, I just saw that. Mom, thank you very much for following, Mom. I appreciate that. Don fan is, according to your viewing experience, his favorite Pokemon is an ad break. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that reminds me, guys. All right. So before we finish up on this slide here, I do want to get this out of the way because I feel like it is very important for me to talk about. All right. When it comes to ads and just money money in general, I would very much like it. That you guys do not spend money on me. I just as a personal thing, I don't like it when people spend money on me. I feel like that money should be that money is always best served to for your own personal life rather than just sending it to me. I'm in a good spot in life right now as far as finances are concerned. I'm doing all right, so I really don't want to take people's money, even if it is in a donation form. Please just keep you guys keep your money. Your follows are enough for me. I don't really need people to subscribe to me. If you do feel the need to subscribe, by all means, I'm not going to stop you. You do so of your own free will. Just know that subscriptions and donations are never going to be a thing I will ever focus on. I would much rather you guys keep your money to yourselves and use it for your own lives rather than to send it to me. So what about using your emotes? Yeah, I know. So I think Twitch is very weird in locking emotes, based on like whether you're a follower or a tier 1, 2, or 3 subscriber. So if you do want access to those emotes, by all means, if you feel like the money is worth it just to use certain emotes, go ahead. I just know that I find it a bit weird and bothersome that Twitch does that. But you know, again, if you feel like the money is worth it, by all means, that's your financial decision. I'm not gonna. I can't advise you to do otherwise. But yeah, and that being said, I'm surprised that I still have affiliate status despite being gone for 3+ years. So of course there will be some ads. With the help of Rio, I did try to make sure they are as least intrusive as possible. So if anything, ads will play very sparsely. I was gonna say sporadically, but then I remembered that sporadic is not the word I wanted to go for. But I will try to have ads play as sparsely as possible, and not all at once, or very very least invasive, if that sentence ever makes sense. Don't worry, guys. I'm 33 years old. I can English well. All right, so let's see. Let's go ahead and come up with some fun redemption reward ideas. So there's obviously you guys have already spent some research points for a few redemption rewards. So we have the classic hydrate and stretch. Of course, Of course, I do have the classic. Of course, we have the classic. What was it? Save. So whenever I'm playing a game, if the game has a save feature, I can go ahead and I can save it. And then what? I'm wondering what else I can do, because unlike a lot of people that I know, I'm not an artist, so I can't do any art redeems, because all you guys will get are just stick figures. So I'm wondering what would be good redemption reward ideas for someone of my caliber. Oh, right, the random Pokedex entry. I totally forgot that was a thing. Thank you, strategist. Okay, wow. I totally forgot that I had that as a reward idea. Yeah, always have them play for 3 minutes each hour, but it'll give uninterrupted stream time for a long while. Yeah, that's what Rio helped me set up here just the other day. You can bundle those first two as a self-care redeem. Oh, okay. You know what? That is it. That is good. That is a good idea. Let's go ahead and self-care, hydrate, and stretch. All right, there we go. In fact, okay. I think I just came up with another good idea. All right, so in my constant quest to try to in my constant quest to try to become stronger, so that way I can try to get a better PT score. What I can do as a fun little interaction between you guys and me is some redemption rewards can be exercises. So exercise, push-ups, sit-ups, flutter kicks, mountain climbers, etc., etc. Burpees? Why? Why did you mention burpees, Reginox? I hate burpees, but I will do it anyway because it is hilarious. All right, but yeah, so it'll be an exercise redemption, and then whoever redeems it, whoever makes that redemption gets to determine the exercise that I do. All right. Did someone mention the Pokédex mini game? No, I don't. I don't think anyone's mentioned that. Do five burp. What Pokemon are you? Redeem. Where if you redeem it, it'll tell you which one you are, or something along those lines. Because a streamer, suffering is content, my gamer. That's true. That's true. Suffering is good content. Everyone hates burpees, but it's good for you, like bad medicine. That's true, Dad. So what I'm hearing is this man needs to do a Ring Fit adventure stream. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sure. That's that can be a thing probably. I've never done a Ring Fit thing before, so I guess I guess I'm not opposed to it. All right. The random Pokédex entry. So we already have that. All right. Let's see. All right. What other fun redemption reward ideas would you guys like to see as far as what would be fun for me to do as a redemption reward? And while you guys do that, I will take a swig of my Powerade. Are you looking at sound redeems or Twitch integrated throwing systems? I could do those. Yeah. I can certainly do those. In fact, I was actually talking about the Twitch. I was actually talking about the Twitch integrated throwing system thing with Rio last night, and he did. And I would definitely like to integrate that. At specifically like if I'm playing a Pokemon game, right? And if I have yet to heal a Pokemon, I can have someone in chat can do a tits redeem, and they can and it'll be like it'll have like the whole thing will be like throwing potions and ice heals and full restores at me, so to remind me, hey, heal your Pokemon, dumbass, heal your Pokemon. Oh, let me go put here save game. Speaking of Pokédex, what is entry 316? 316? You talking about? Are you talking about like Pokemon number 316? Like in the National Dex Rio? Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and pull this up here. Pokemon number 316. That would be, so I believe that's going to be a Hoenn Pokemon, because that's going to be it's going to be a Hoenn Pokemon because the Hoenn Pokemon end at National Dex number 386. So let's just jump to Glalie just to see where it's at. 361. Okay. Let's try Tropius. 356. We're getting closer. Absol. Nope, getting further. Linoon. Nope, too far. Ludicolo. 271. Sharpedo. Oh, okay. We're getting close. So Carvana is 318. Swalot, Gulpin. All right. Don't do it. He's pulling the wooloo over your eyes. I do find it funny that he's chatting with such exuberance. Look at that passionate expression. Yeah. Okay. So hold. Okay, so because I couldn't see my actual Twitch thing, I did not see that my that I accidentally triggered my my toggles there. Whoops. Oh, he got me gulping these nuts. Yep. Okay, you tried to warn me, strategist. You tried to warn me. Ha! Got him. Yeah, you got me, Rio. That was a good one. Don't worry. I'll get my run back. The next time I catch you in a stream, I'll get my run back. Don't you worry. Yeah, you tried, Elysian. You did try. I'm sorry, my friend. I ignored your warnings. All right, so I believe that's everything. That's a good number of, redemption reward ideas. I don't really think there's anything else to do there. That's a good number. Strategist got promoted to assistant. Okay, so yeah, I think for now this is a good number of redeems that I can actually work with here. We're definitely gonna keep the random Pokedex entry. I really did like. I do remember liking that redemption reward back in the day, so I'm gonna keep that. Save game, that's a staple. Self care, that's a staple. And then an exercise redeem, that is going to be something to help me, stay healthy. And you guys get to make me suffer with physically. All right, so with that, that's pretty much the end of this particular slideshow. Yeah. Yeah, that is the end of this particular slideshow. Yay! We're done. We're done with that. Woo! Pontificate on why a dex entry is wrong. Let's pontificate on why a dex entry is. I mean, I guess I could. Yeah, I could do that. Like as part of the random dex entry, just be like, hey. Just be like, yeah, I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong, and I can explain why. All right, but that's done. All right, so as one more thing I wanted to talk about before we move on to the next thing is as far as like actual content, right? As far as actual content is concerned, I do want to, of course, keep streaming Pokemon games, so that's not going to change. What is going to change, however, is I am going to also include other things as well. I do want to stream other games just to show you guys that I'm not obsessed with only Pokemon. So that's why I showed you guys the list of games that you guys can see to get to know me a little bit better. So I do plan on streaming other games, some of my favorite games as well, on separate days. I do want to try to do that. Nuzlocke and ROMs. Unfortunately, no Nuzlocke. Because I don't like Nuzlocke. I like playing Pokemon casually. So if there are challenge runs, I will absolutely do challenge runs. Like there's a YouTuber named Adef. He does. I've been obsessed with seeing a lot of his recent videos where he does like, can these particular Victory Road trainers actually make it to the Victory Road using their Pokemon teams? And that's a really cool idea. In fact, I was already in the middle of trying to do that before going on hiatus. I was in the middle of a can you beat Pokemon Leaf Green with Green's Pokemon from Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? So I was already in the middle of doing something like that, and I do want to continue doing those kinds of things because I find those really fun. But no Nuzlocks, no Radical Red, no Pokemon Uranium or anything like that. I don't even want to. I'm not even all that interested in doing the Pokemon Fusions thing that was all the rage at for what, all of a month or two. Yeah, you can add the Pokemon minigame when you want to take a break or have chat earn Poke Points towards prizes. Yeah. That's an idea. I'm going to ponder on why some Pokemon suddenly started evolving in response to evolution stones when they never reacted before. That's a pretty good topic to try to make a theory on. Yeah. What about Moemon? All right, Rio. So, okay. Moemon, it did look interesting when I saw you play on your stream. It did look interesting there. So I'm not exactly opposed to doing. I wouldn't be opposed to using Moemon. Oh, hold on. Wait, for some reason, I'm just now realizing. I'm just now realizing my retro chat little thing is not working. That's odd. I turn it on, turn it on? No. What if I refresh? I refresh it, so hopefully it starts showing because it should. All right. Let me see something here real quick. I'm going to switch to this. Ah, there we go. Now it's working. And hey, thank you, Seal. Yes, I'm glad to be back. I am very much glad to be back. There we go. Now the retro chat is working as it should. I apologize for that, guys. Now it should be working as intended. And hey, wait. Now my wait. Now my follower goal is gone as well. What the hell? What the hell? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Let's see. Refresh. Ah, there we go. All right. That is very weird. Not sure why these things just disappeared, but glad we got it back up. VTuber scuff at its finest. Yes. I'm glad though that this is the extent of the scuff so far. Hopefully it just, you know, it stays at this level. Yeah, there we go. The chat's going. Now it looks good instead of it being just a blank red space. Yes. Scuff streams are the best streams. All right. So, what was I going to do again? Oh, right. Okay. So, I was in the middle of talking about other games that I did plan on streaming. Your event description was correct. Yes, it certainly has been correct. Well, let me bring that up here on my other screen so I can. So it says here, it's my debut day, aka the face of I tested everything and yet it's still on fire. So yeah, that is certainly very accurate. All right, so now, as I was saying, I did want to do other things aside from gaming streams, and the next thing that I wanted to do was I did want to do reaction streams because I have definitely consumed a lot of reaction videos since I entered the military. And I think reaction videos are pretty fun, especially if I'm reacting to videos that I actually have a vested interest in. If I have a vested interest in the topic being discussed. So, with that being said, I do have a particular video that I want to wanted to do a short reaction to with you guys, right? And luckily, Loxton had just released a new video, I think earlier today, so I can actually go about testing out a reaction stream here. Let me go ahead and switch over to. Aha! All right. So let me make sure everything is working okay now. No amount of planning will ever prepare you for scuff. I beg to differ. I'm just not at the level where my preparedness will make very much a dent. But I do believe preparedness will mitigate a bunch. I just need to get better at it. Okay, bro. Thanks for slap down sub like you're my brother or something, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks for the sub. Again, completely unnecessary, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, he just subbed, and yet there goes the thing again, the scuff. So my alert box didn't go off. All right. Oh, it looks like there's gonna be an ad break in about 5 minutes, guys. So I do want to make sure that I start the video uninterrupted. So just gonna we're just gonna see what I'm gonna do here for like the next few minutes while so that the ad can go through. Woo! Oh, there we go. Hey, Dad, thanks for, oh my god, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate the sub. All right, so it works. The alert box works now. Almost blew my damn ears out, that's for sure. Hopefully it didn't blow your guys' ears out. So I probably need to adjust the audio on my end. But hopefully you guys are okay after that. Nobody's eardrums are blown out or anything. Sounded fine to me. Okay, good. That's good. All right. So, let's see here. Yeah, so before I start the video, I want to make sure that the ad goes through and that nobody gets interrupted from the ad. So let me see here real quick. I think there was another slideshow that I had prepared. I'm pretty sure I worked on 2. I can't remember what the second one was, so give me just a second. I will see what that second one, what that second slideshow was. Nope, not that one. I don't want to talk about that one yet. That's on the down low for the time being. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So right there was. I put a lot of work into this one. I'm surprised that I completely forgot about it. Damn. I'm a bit upset at myself for that. So there is one more slideshow that I made specifically for this re-debut stream. And it talks about one of 2 of my personal projects that I've been working on for years now. And that is Project Herodotus. So we got a couple more minutes before that ad starts coming in. So let's see. Let's go here and let's go here. Alrighty. Project Herodotus. Oh, hey, look at that. Even Google wants to recognize my birthday. Nice. Thank you, Google. I appreciate you celebrating my birthday as well. I shall flail around in panic when the ad hits. All right, so yeah, so right now just to kill some time while the ad goes off. Let's see. No. So okay, so yeah, just gonna briefly go over Project Herodotus. I will go over the full slideshow, in full after the ad, and then after the Lockston video I'll be reacting to. But yeah, basically, Project Herodotus is a comprehensive and in-universe chronology of the Pokemon world that I have been working on for years. Like, even, I think, well, not before I started doing Pokemon theories, but certainly for a long time. Glad I have Turbo, otherwise I would lose my mind with ads. That's true. Twitch Turbo is certainly has its benefits. All right, so the ad starts in a minute. All right, so what I'll do here is I'm gonna take this opportunity to go on a quick break myself, and then we will and hopefully by the time I get back, the ad will be over, and then we will get back to what we were doing before. So I shall be right back, folks. right. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully the ad break was not too long. All right. Is everybody back from the ad? Hopefully. Let's see. Everybody that's present in the chat, give me a shout out to see if the ad if you did get the ad, let me know if you are back from the ad. From the Shadow Realm, if you will. One of these ads was in German and another in French. What the hell? How? Why? It's a German and a French ad? What a weird combination of ads to get. Violetta Psyche, hi. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Glad to see you here. All right, so now that everybody is back from the stream, we can go ahead and get started on testing out a reaction stream. So let me go ahead and switch over to the YouTubes. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and full screen it. There we go. All right. Now I'm going to play it for a little bit, and I need you guys to let me know if you're able to hear the video. And if you do hear the video... Oh, that was very loud in my ears. Oh, okay. Stray, Saurine, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate the follow, my guy. Damn, that kind of hurt my ears a little bit. I will have to adjust that on my end in the future. Wow. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video, and I need you guys, and of course, you guys let me know if the video, well, first of all, if you can hear it, and if so, if it's too loud or if it's too low, and I'll adjust it accordingly. That old hidden item I found was kind of loud. Yeah. It certainly was. It's not so hidden now, is it? Very, very much loud and clear. All right, so this video, everyone is wrong about Drampa by Loxton and Noggin. Woo, go Loxton, former. Oh yeah. So before I begin, a bit of context for those of you who are not familiar with me, like true first time streamers here, first time chatters here. I used to be a writer for Loxton for a few of his videos back in the day, like a few years ago. So if you happen to have seen any of my videos that I wrote for him, then I thank you for your patronage. Those are very fun videos that I worked out. All right, so everyone is wrong about Drampa by Loxton. Let's go. Oh, shoot, that's right. Oh, wait, that's right. I forgot. For some strange reason, my volume, I cannot hear anything on his from his video in my headphones. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be a little bit tricky here. And I'm going to go to my other screen. And by other screen, I mean my other laptop that I have sitting right next to the one I'm streaming off of. And I'm going to listen off of that laptop. You guys may hear it in the background. Hopefully you don't. That's going to be rather awkward and confusing. And yeah, I'm going to try to hear what he has to say off of the other laptop while you guys get to hear what he has to say on your screen. Yeah, that should work, right? All right, let's see. Occasionally, I will reference an old Halo clip series hosted on Halo Waypoint from way back in the day, and I will say, Guten Tag! I don't think I say that enough to warrant a German ad, and I don't speak French at all to warrant a French ads. Alright, so let me switch over to here. Hang on a second, guys. Trying to pull it up on my other laptop. Should be in my watch history. Oh, wait. You know what? I got it. Where is it? Where is There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna start the video from the beginning so I can try to sync these things together. All right. Alrighty. All right. So make sure these things are all lined up together. Okay. I'm gonna do a countdown so that way I can make sure everything is lining up correctly. Oh, damn it! Damn scuff. Okay, hold on a second. All right, there we go. Okay, doing a countdown right now. Ready? 3, 2, 1, play. It's the dragon from Neverending Story! I forgot the name of that dragon. Oh, can't hear it? Veginox says that sound is not coming through. Okay, that is strange. Alright. So, time to troubleshoot. Not getting a thing. Alrighty. Let's see. That's alright. That's why we're doing this. It's okay. That's why we're going through this now, so that way we can get all the bugs out. Alright, so why is it not doing it, I wonder? Alright, so let's see. I'm gonna play it here a little bit. Yeah, it's not... It's being very low here. Let's see. Let's pause that. I wonder. What could be I wonder what could be causing this issue. Are we supposed to be hearing things coming through your headphones? You know, I can barely hear it coming out of my headphones, so that's probably why. So no, not really. You're not supposed to. I'm supposed to hear things going through my headphones, but I guess that could be the issue because whenever I listen to videos, without my headphones, the volume is normal. It's only when I have these headphones on for some reason that it's very, very low. So let me see here. I wonder what could cause that then. What it is about the headphones. Let's see. Could it be something about my Discord? No, it can't be about Discord. Do the headphones have their own volume dial? You know, yes they do, but I tried finagling with it before, but it didn't do anything. So hold on, let me try that. Yeah, I'm going through the whole thing on my headphones, but no, it doesn't seem to change anything. So, Hmm. All right, hang on a minute. Let me see here. No, that's not it either, I don't think. Hmm. Well, yeah, I'm actually kind of stumped. But I guess in this instance, I'll just have to. I mean, I guess I could always just disconnect my headphones. Not sure if how that's going to affect the stream, but I'm willing to try that. All right, let's see here. The stream, but I'm willing to try that. All right, let's see here. All right, so I disconnected my headphones, and now I can hear myself through my own stream. So I'm going to mute that tab. There we go. All right. So now that that's done, I'm gonna go ahead and start the video over, and then we're going to try one more time. All right. So here we go again. This time all right, here we go again. I'm gonna go ahead and full screen it first, and then we are going to play it. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
High upon Alola's tallest peak, Mount Lanakila, rests a ferocious beast in the dark world of Pokemon.
Can you guys hear it?
A dragon, fueled by hate and greed. Its ferocity not bound to the definitions of mortal.
Good. That's great.
High on its hill,
Is it
it
too
is
loud?
the
Is it too
pinnacle
low?
of
Am I
power.
coming,
It
just fine
is.
Oh,
Testing,
hello,
testing. 1, 2, 3.
children. Oh,
It's
how
louder than me.
delightful.
Okay.
Would you like to hear one of my stories? I've baked oatmeal cookies.
All right. How about now?
It's Drampa! Why is this thing
All right,
here?
am I
really,
louder than
what
the-
is so Alolan or oceanic
than the thing
Hawaiian
right
about
now?
an elderly, normal dragon-type Pokemon? Is it out of place here? What is Drampa based on? Why?
I'm gonna pause it here real quick while I get that from you guys, because the thing is, like, with reaction videos, I'm supposed to pause it so that way I can commentate. Turn down the volume. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. So yeah, to my knowledge, from all the reaction videos that I've consumed over the years, I'm supposed to pause the video. Like, I'm supposed to pause the video and then commentate, and then restart it. So I'm not supposed to commentate while it's going on, because that I guess that's distracting. Which, yeah, that it is kind of distracting. All right, but I will lower the volume. Okay. All right. I'm gonna start the video over one more time, so that way you guys can try to hear the video, and then of course I'm going to talk over the video for just a little bit, just to test to see where where my volume is at compared to the video. 3, 2, 1, go!
High upon Alola's tallest peak, Mount Lanakila, rests a ferocious beast in the dark world of Pokemon Moon. A dragon, fueled by hate and greed.
So here we
its
go.
ferocity
How is that?
not bound to the definitions of mortal.
Is the video still louder than me?
High on its hill, it is the pinnacle of power. It is.
Gonna pause right there. Still louder than me? Okay. All right, so I still have to hear the video too, so that way I can make sure I can make sure I can hear him. So yeah, I think I'll just do what reaction tubers usually do, and you know, pause the video if I have anything significant to talk about or to commentate on. You know, that way, you know, I can hear the video, you guys can hear the video, and you guys don't have to worry about me talking over the video too much. Because I'm pretty sure I'll still have like snap reactions, like, oh wait, no, or whatever. But you know, that's where of course I'll pause. I have to pause and just, you know, elaborate my thoughts on what just occurred. But yeah, all right, we'll try that. We'll see how that feels for you guys. All right, here we go. This time I'm just gonna continue the video from here. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, hello, children. Oh, how delightful. Would you like to hear one of my stories? I've baked oatmeal cookies.
It's Drampa! Why is this thing here? No, really, what is so Alolan or Oceanic Hawaiian about an elderly, normal dragon-type Pokemon? Is it out of place here? What is Drampa based on?
Look at that! I just talked about earlier about a Never-Ending Story reference, and I think the anime just made a Never-Ending Story reference with that. What was the name of that dragon? Was it Artax? Some weird name like that. I think it was Artax. Artax the dragon. Atreyu? I think it was an Artrax, Atreyu. What was the name? Someone who's slightly older than me, who's actually seen the movie, because I've never seen the movie. Someone let me know the name of that dragon that's in Neverending Story, because I can't remember. Falcor. Who was I thinking about then? Who Atrax, Atreyu? Who am I thinking about there? If Falcor is the name of the actual dragon. Atrax is the... Oh, right! Atrax is the horse that got swallowed by the Swamp of Sadness. That's right. That's right. I remember that now. Okay. So Falcor is the dragon. Atreyu... Atreyu is the main character. Okay. Artax is the horse. All right. I'm tracking all now. Roger that. Tracking all. All right. Here we go.
Why does it look the way that it does? And why, oh why, did they give this guy a Mega Evolution in Pokemon Legends?
Alright, I'll be honest. Mega Drampa's, hold on.
Oh why did they give this guy a Mega...
Alright, I'll be honest. Mega Drampa looks absolutely badass. I really like it. The design is pretty good. You know, it's storm clouds, which... Yeah, that kind of makes sense given its given its base form does have a cloud-like look to it, and so Mega Drampa, just building off of that, it looks really good. I really like it, and it definitely still evokes the very Chinese aesthetic about it, especially with how the clouds are being portrayed, very circular and whatnot. So I appreciate it. 10 out of 10 design. I like Mega Drampa.
Mega Evolution in Pokemon Legends ZA. There's a reason for everything in Pokemon, and I've been uncovering that for several generations now. Yet in that time, I never really dug into Drampa, even though it is kind of an anomaly in Alola. As Pokemon generations progressed, the Pokemon introduced in each region had better and better reasons for being there. The Pokedexes were getting more and more well-themed. Even Alolas! The Pokemon found here aren't all strictly Hawaiian, but they are all tropical and or Pacific Island themed. Except for Drampa. A normal dragon? I mean, what's...
Alright, so as far as like an old man dragon that's in a tropical region, I'm thinking the first thing I'm thinking about is, well, any tropical region is like a prime spot for retirement age folks. So very, the elderly, very old people. So it makes sense to me. The warm climate is good on their bones and whatnot, and yeah, it makes sense to me at least.
Normal about being a dragon. The Pokemon who mix normal with another type do so most often because of their biology, or game balancing, but I'm gonna go with biology here. What is it that makes Sawsbuck normal grass?
Grandpa looks like it's saddened for being singled out by Loxton. Yeah, that's like that was a pretty good timing there.
Instead of just grass? Well, most grass-type Pokemon either are plants or have their DNA heavily integrated with plants. Sawsbuck, though, is just a normal magic deer with plants growing on its antlers. The fire normal Pyroar is a lion that happens to breathe fire rather than being an entity of fire, like most fire-type Pokemon. But I can't really use the same logic here. Oh, it's got a normal body, so it's normal type. Because yeah, I guess it has a normal body. For a dragon. So a dragon.
Oh my god, I love that. I love that shot of Grandpa. Hold on. Wait. I gotta.
I guess it has a normal body. For a.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love that little clip of Grandpa right there. It looks so funny.
Dragon. So
I should probably have that. I should probably get that as like an emote for myself. Just if I'm ever flabbergasted about something, I can just have that as a good little animated emote. Pretty good.
A dragon's body, full of dragon energy. See, that logic just doesn't work. So what else is it besides a dragon that's giving it that normal typing? Well, it's got practically no legs. People without legs are still normal. But also, it's got all this white fluff and old man hair and the name Grandpa. It'd really do be a dragon grandpa, even in its original Japanese name. Jijilong mixes old man with Chinese for dragon. And this old man dragon just wants to sleep, but it's loud outside. But good news, this video is sponsored by Oslo, the first and best sleep buds designed for sleeping with. That's right, super soft.
Okay, so not sure how I would handle like doing ads, like doing little ad placements in these videos. A lot of reaction people that I've seen, they tend to let the ad play. I do tend to skip the ads. Like I very much use the jump forward option on the video player. Like pretty sure if I was to fast forward it a little bit, like it'll show up here, and I have the instinct to just press it. But I have to respect I do have to respect the rules of reaction streaming, and I think that is a rule. Do not skip ad placements in videos that you're reacting to. So I'm gonna go ahead and respect the rule.
Barely noticeable, and yet secure, even for side sleepers. Whether you fall asleep to the ambient sounds of nature, the chill lo-fi beats to study and sleep to, or just listen to podcasts, they've got you covered. And you don't have to worry about missing too much as your podcast plays while you sleep, because they've got auto-pause functionality. They detect when you fall asleep.
I love how that pillow has a flannel pattern that's exactly like his normal shirt that he wears in every video. You know what? 10 out of 10, Loxton. That's pretty based. Also, Strategist says there's a dedicated spot highlighted for the product placement. I assume it's for the purpose of the skipping. Yeah, but like I said, a lot of people who do reaction videos that I see on YouTube, they tend to just let ad placements play, and then so I'm just gonna follow suit because I assume it's just out of a form of respect for the original video, so I'm going to follow suit on that. It doesn't seem like something I would necessarily need to break away from.
And then they pause it, simple as. But they don't just turn off, no. They keep masking the disruptive noises from your partner, or around the room, or the neighborhood, or across town, that one dog in the distance, gosh dang it! The noise masking is nice, is what I'm saying. They saved my last trip out of state. I always struggle to sleep in unfamiliar places, but thanks to the comforting comfort of these. Sleep was great, so I'm spreading the love. Use the code LSG50 at the link below for $50 off the Oslo Sleep Buds. And bonus point, if your phone is dead or anything, no sweat, these buds have built-in white noise. I'm listening to it right now.
Okay, I'll be honest. This actually might be something I might be interested in getting, because I've always seen Raycon, Raycon ads, and I've always thought about getting Raycons, but never actually did anything about it. I tend to have a bad habit, or rather, I've developed a really bad habit over the course of my military training, of going to sleep with one of my earphones in my ear, and that's probably not a good thing. So, but hey, if I get one of these, it won't be a problem, because then my ears won't hurt when I wake up and I take it out of my ear, and I'm just like, oh, that's cool. That one dog in the distance, I felt that. But yeah, this seems like a product I would be interested in getting, just for myself. Seems interesting.
Oh, how convenient. Like the fact that Drampa has Pokedex entries that should help us here. This Pokemon is friendly to people and loves children most of all. It comes from deep in the mountains to play with children it likes in town. It has...
I wonder if Loxton will also talk about a seeming connection with Falcor the Luck Dragon that I personally made a connection with. I wonder if he'll talk about that. Also, these Sun and Moon Dex entries always have some sort of quirk about them. I kind of love it. Like that previous one he just talked about, where it very much likes playing with children. And then right here, if it has a compassionate personality, but if it's angered, it completely destroys its surroundings with its intense breath. That's pretty funny.
A compassionate personality, but if it gets angered, it completely destroys its surroundings with its intense breath. Drampa is a kind and friendly Pokemon up until it's angered. When that happens, it stirs up a gale and flattens everything around.
Okay, so yeah, so right there, that shield entry that talks about that it stirs up a gale whenever it gets angered and flattens everything to the ground. So there's that connection with storms and the wind that the Mega form does happen to draw a closer connection to with its design.
If a child it has made friends with is bullied, Drampa will find the bully's house and burn it to the ground.
Okay, damn. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Oh man, that is one wild Pokedex entry. But like I will find you, and I will burn your place to the ground.
But Drampa, violence doesn't solve problems, it only creates more. No, don't open that history book. Drampa's face is...
A big book of war. My Drampa. That's also pretty funny. Does this look like the face of mercy? Drampa's placid expression. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Design does give it a more elderly Asian man with long hair look, which itself is sort of the epitome of the wise old man trope. Its neck and arms are even reminiscent of a hunched back. But also it being so thin and long, that just makes it doubly fitting of its clear Chinese dragon roots. The longer body, the shorter limbs with white fluffy fur that looks like clouds. Most Chinese dragon art depicts Chinese dragons.
Oh, there's an ad! Ah! Oh no, Sacre Bleu! There's an ad that's playing. Oh shoot, that snuck up on me too. I didn't realize it started playing. Grandpa could just tell you the history without needing a book. That's true. Back in my day. back in my day, humans and Pokemon, well, they weren't always the best of friends, but we could always, you know, especially in that old history, they were afraid of Pokemons. I'm okay, just traumatized by the French. Oh man. All right, everybody back from the ad. All right, good. Sorry about that. Even the ad break, the notification snuck up on me like, oh snap! I didn't realize people were in the middle of an ad. You can program SariBot to chat about ad start. I do have, yeah, no, I do have that. It's just I didn't notice the notification until like half a minute ago, and I'm just like, oh snap! I didn't see that. Sari's on paid leave. Yeah, Sari's on paid leave. All right, so everyone's back. So let's go ahead and continue with the reaction.
Alongside fancy Chinese clouds. That connection is clear, especially since, compared to European dragons anyway, Chinese dragons are more so associated with wisdom and good luck, and are often said to be just and protect innocent children. So Drampa is an elderly Chinese dragon with a more anthropomorphized face. And that face didn't just come from nowhere, because there is one Chinese dragon known as the Torch Dragon, who straight up has the face of a man. So what is this man dragon's name? Why, it's Zhulong. Don't you recognize him? Its hair even goes up the same way Drampa's does when it's attacking. Huayanzi writings from the 2nd century BCE say, the Torch Dragon hides in abandoned Wings Mountain and never sees the sun. Which could very well be why Drampa is exclusive to Pokemon Moon and Ultra Moon. Songs from around the same time period.
Oh, I never even realized that Drampa was exclusive to the Moon versions. I didn't even remember that. Wow. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Also, I do plan on including Drampa in my Fakemon region that I've been working on. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I did talk about it briefly when I was collabing with CL. I think was it last week? Week before? One of those two. And yeah, we were going over. I was going over just like what the Fakemon region is about. It's basically just a Fakemon region that's based on China, both ancient China and modern China. When I get more stuff, when I push more stuff forward to the into the project, then I would certainly create a slide that will inform you guys as to what the project is going to be about. But I do want to wait until I get more stuff for the project before I showcase it to you guys. It was on the 21st of October then. Okay, cool. All right. Continuing.
Ask, what land does the sun not shine on, and how does the Torch Dragon light it? Where does the sun not rise? How does the Torch Dragon flame? The Torch Dragon flares where the sun does not reach. Where? How? A place with no sun, eh? That was a major plot point in the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon games, so I suppose plot-wise, Drampa has every reason to be in the Moon games. Zhulong, or Shoqueen, its Japanese name, is no mere dragon, however. It is more akin to a god, almost. Not needing to eat, sleep, or breathe, yet when it does breathe, it creates gale force winds, pointing us again to its Pokedex entry from S.H.I.E.L.D. And when it
Aha, see? Gale force winds. So there goes that storm connection again.
It so much as blinks, the day becomes night, or the night becomes day. So there's even more sun and moon theming. But so far, nothing about this mythical source of inspiration implies normal type or even being in a tropical paradise. In fact, it is said to live at the base of a mountain in or near the Arctic Circle, which likely has to do with its own inspiration. According to John Major, a scholar of Chinese history, the torch dragon was well known in early Chinese mythology and suggests that it's likely a mythical interpretation of the aurora borealis, which most often, of course, is visible.
Aurora Borealis, at this time of day, at this time of year, localized within your Pokeball.
Way up north, like in the Arctic Circle. So that's cool, I guess. Still doesn't say anything about it being a normal type in Hawaii, though. I do know that warm places like Hawaii and Florida are popular places for wealthy old folks to retire to, so that plus the sun-moon theming of its source material could very well be all there is to it. But it's type, still. Well, what if I told you that we're focusing on the wrong thing? People always ask, why is Drampa normal type? But what if we instead ask, why is Drampa dragon type?
So here's the thing about normal type, the way I see it. Normal type encapsulates neutral, the neutral type, something that is normal, it's neutral, it's null. It's at a state, it's like a stage 0 or whatever, right? So it represents both. It represents a state, like it potentially. Pardon me. Let me preface that. It potentially represents a state of nothingness because it's neutral, it's normal, like it's baseline, it's flat. So that's what I think of when it comes to what it means to be normal type. Because one of the videos that I wrote for Lockston was talking about what the dark type means. And so the dark type does encapsulate bad, evil, and whatnot, but it also encompasses other things as well, like literal darkness. Also talks about like just dark, negative darkness, negative, things of that nature, right? And so with normal type, it's kind of like dark type, but instead of negative forces, instead of darkness, instead of like bad, evil, whatever, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. It's null. There's a state of neutralness, of nothingness. So that's what pops in my head at the very least. Drampa is also absent in the native version of Gen 8 that Solgaleo doesn't appear in. Oh, really? Okay. It's native to Shield, and Solgaleo is catchable in Sword. You know what? That's pretty cool. Also further applies to Solrock. Very good. I see, I didn't notice these things. I'm glad you noticed them, strategist.
You know how the dark type isn't called dark
in
its
hey,
original
he talks
Japanese?
About the dark type
if
video.
Not, we did a whole video on it for you to watch after this one. But in short, it would better be more accurately translated.
Yeah. When you guys get a chance, go check out that dark type video. I worked very hard on it. As the writer. So I would very much appreciate you guys go check that out on at a later time.
Into English as evil type or mean-spirited type. It being called dark still works really well too if you know the other definitions of the word, but it has confused plenty of folks in the West into thinking the type is about literal darkness, which it's not. Well, the dragon type kind of has a similar thing going on, just to a much lesser extent. So what is dragon in Japanese? Why, it's Ryu, right? Well, yeah, what's on Kiryu's back? A Ryu. Why is Ryu named that? He's named after a dragon. So what is the dragon type in Pokemon called in Japanese? Ryu type? No, it's Doragon type. What? Why would they use a
Mega Doragon? Doragon Ball! So yeah, dragon type. So for me, when I think of dragon type, I know Loxton's going to talk about it because he's talked about it. He's talked about it before in his not dark type video or not dark. I mean dragon type words. Okay. He has talked about it in his not dragon type video and his dragon type moves explained. So he basically sees dragon type as like an arcane type. So like it's using like it's your kind of standard magic type, right? So it's like action. It's like serious magic. It's arcane forces. So it's very powerful and whatnot. And then when fairy comes along, fairy type represents like fairy magic specifically, which light. It's basically the light type without calling it the light type. But dragon as the arcane type is I think it works. Like, yeah, I think it's more like raw natural, and I think it's like just raw natural energy or whatnot. But it is kind of hard to pin down if you're, because I'm pretty sure Game Freak does know, they are aware of why they call it the dragon type for less for reasons other than, oh yeah, no, it's literally a dragon. So it has something to do with like raw arcane power, as Loxton sometimes describes it as in his previous videos. Fairy beating dragon equals, oh no! Magic must defeat magic! Yes, Uncle from Jackie Chan Adventures. I love that. Magic must defeat magic! One more thing! Okay, I'm gonna continue the video.
Transliteration of the English word for dragon instead of their own word for dragon. Well, because that's what they do. When you refer to an Asian dragon in Japanese, that's a Ryu. When you refer to, say, Smaug in Japanese, that's a Doragon. Culturally, they are seen as similar, but different and distinct beings. And sure enough, if we look at the dragon-type Pokemon before Drampa, the vast majority of them have much more to do with Western dragons. And the closest Pokemon we have to a classical Chinese dragon is Gyarados.
That's right, Gyarados and the whole Chinese legend about the koi fish going up a waterfall and passing through the dragon gate and becoming a dragon. Yep. So Drampa joins Gyarados in the very, very, very small circle of dragons that are based on Eastern dragons, rather than all the other dragons which are more based on Western dragons.
And it's not dragon type at all. It's water flying. Because it's not a Doragon, it's a Ryu. Of course, game balancing in the classic games played a role too, hence Charizard not being dragon type. But still, Doragon type is Western dragon type. Drampa is our first fully realized Chinese dragon Pokemon, our first real Ryu with a dragon type still attached anyway.
So let's talk about that. Let's try to engage our brains here for a minute. All right. So let's take him at his word, right? He states that the dragon type is more expressed as Western dragons, right? So and the previous before Drampa was a thing, the only Eastern dragon was Gyarados, but Gyarados is not dragon type because it is not a Western dragon, therefore no dragon type. However, now that Drampa is here, Drampa has the dragon type despite being based on an Eastern dragon. So I think that now speaks more towards what I was assuming the normal type was, which was a representation of neutral or like a neutral force or a nulling force or something like that, right? So you take again going off of Loxton's assumption that dragon type is more Western dragon. If you take the dragon type and you combine it with the normal type, you nullify part of the dragon type. You nullify part of the dragon typing, and so you're not. If you do that, it sounds a bit silly, but if you do that, you somehow nullify the Western dragon aspect of the Western part of the Western dragon part of the dragon type, and you're just left with what remains, which is a dragon, which for Easter folks is just it's just that. That's probably what that's yeah, that's kind of how it works out in my head. I think that works out. Maybe. Probably. I'm not sure if one exists in the Pokemon universe, but I think it'd be cool to have a fairy type Pokemon that looks like an elf, since elves have Fey ancestry. You know what? The closest thing to a fairy, right, is, well, yeah, the closest thing to like a fairy, I wouldn't say, like, I guess you're saying elves, so we as far as I can recall, there's no Pokemon that is elf-like specifically. There's plenty of Pokemon that are based on fairies, right? You got, of course, Clefairy. You've got Celebi. Celebi's a fairy, as it's plainly seen. So you do have fairies in Pokemon. But as far as elves, not so much. Could the normal type be there to subdue the Western aspect? Yeah, that's what I was getting at earlier, strategist, was that the normal type being the neutral or nulling force, it nullifies the Western aspect of the dragon type. Based on Loxton's assumption here, from his angle that he's tackling it from. You typed that before you fully. Oh yeah. So yeah, you and I are on the same page. You know.
While Drampa can show the fierce ferocity of Western dragons when you get on its bad side, that is second nature to it, thus dragon being its secondary type. When all is right and well, Drampa is little more than a wise, old, benevolent magic lizard akin to many Chinese dragons. They're magic and powerful, but that magic isn't tied.
Never-ending story. I just can't help it. It's literally right there. Fairy equals divine purity, overcoming greed and hubris, mirrors dragons slain by celestial maidens in Asian myth. Yeah, I can see that. Now, as far as divine purity overcoming greed and hubris, I don't think that's necessarily always true in Pokemon, at least, because what was it? I think it was what was it? Which Pokemon was it? Grimmsnarl. I think it was Grimmsnarl that's all about, like, because it's part dark type, it seems to be based on like a Sealy Fae. No, not a Sealy Fae. What's the other faction? Unseelie. The Unseelie. The very malicious Fae. Yeah. So that's what. So not necessarily like divine purity, but just like an otherworldliness, right? Just something that's, for lack of a better term, alien. It's very Fae. It's very uncanny. That kind of thing. But I do still agree that it does mirror the tales of dragons being slain by celestial maidens in Asian myths. So yes, I do agree with that one, Metronox.
Any one element. It's generic magic, one of the ways the normal type expresses itself. Let me ask you this, what Pokemon type would you make
Okay, hold on. So, hey, he does happen to make the Falcor connection. I'm glad. Alien, aha, Clefairy, yes. Actually, yes. So Clefairy actually, fulfills both definitions of an alien, both the colloquial definition and the, and the like archaic definition of alien. But hold on, I'm gonna rewind here a bit to
one of the
all right here
ways
that there we go. All right, so Arceus, right? So Arceus here, whatever. The reason why it's normal type, that's the reason why I say that normal types represent what they do, because Arceus is neutral. He is he is null. He is both everything and it is both everything and it is nothing. That's the reason why normal type is represented by the color white. It's a blank canvas. It's that neutral state, right? Arceus can become literally literally become any and every type, either one at a time or all at once, because he is that blank slate. Which, now that I think about it, isn't that the name of the item for the normal type slate? Is literally called the blank slate? Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. So yeah, that's the reason why I think normal typing is represented as neutral, as a neutral force, as a null force, as nothingness, as blank. In fact, now that I think about it, with Arceus having like a religious connection, there's that state of nirvana, right? Now I'm not 100%. I'm not even fully confident in my layman's understanding of nirvana, but nirvana is that it's that pinnacle state of nothingness, right? It's something else to compare it to. Dragon Ball Super. Fuck, what was it? Ultra Instinct. There we go. Ultra Instinct Goku. The reason why Ultra Instinct Goku has white hair in this form is because of that very same concept of nothingness, of feeling empty. It's that state of mind. In G Gundam, it was called a serene state of mind. The serene state of mind knows nothing. It knows nothing. It is empty. And thus, when it is empty and when it is not, and when it is filled with nothing, it is able to transcend its boundaries, or something like that. Again, this is why I love studying foreign cultures and foreign history, especially when it comes to Asian cultures and Asian philosophies and all that. I really love this because it's a different way of thinking that I actually really vibe with. So I'm very much excited for this kind of stuff. But yeah, thank you, strategist. Ultra Instinct was what I was trying to go for. That's that mental state of nothingness, where your mind is empty, but you have complete worldly awareness. No limits are imposed on that which cannot be comprehended. Exactly. There we go. That's it right there. How can you restrict that which you do not understand? Right. So all very fascinating philosophical stuff. So yeah, that's why. And the same thing that same sort of thing can also apply to Terapagos there. Terapagos is normal type, but Terapagos is very much like Arceus in the fact that it has the ability to become all types at once, right? Because of its whole stellar type thing, it's able to become all types at once because when no limits are imposed, or no limits are imposed on that which cannot be comprehended, right? So you cannot restrict Terapagos to a single type because nobody understands what Terapagos even is. So therefore it can be all types at once. It's all this stuff is very esoteric, and I love the shit out of it. This is what I meant earlier at the beginning of the stream, when I said that I love brain engaging activities. I just love this kind of stuff right here, as hopefully you guys can tell with how I'm talking here. But anyways, I've yapped for too long. I'm gonna go ahead and continue the rest of the video. We're almost
Normal
done.
type expresses itself. Let me ask you this. What Pokemon type would you make Falcor from the Neverending Story? Long, fluffy, wise old dragon with generic magical ability? Yeah, I'd do normal dragon too. It's got the capabilities of a ferocious dragon, but that's not what he's about. Grandpa just wants to hang out, play with and protect kids, be a mentor to them, and enjoy retirement. But you make it angry.
Oh, that was weird.
It's
Okay,
already
but
lived
it's
a
back.
full life. It will give its all to defend the young ones. And if you mega evolve it, whoa, Nelly, watch out! Because now...
Oh, Nelly! We got ourselves a very angry grandpa.
Those lovely white clouds are angry.
You've got old man yelling at Cloud? Well, now Pokemon gives you the old man Cloud yelling at you with extreme prejudice.
Storm clouds. Its hunched over neck has straightened, putting it in the ready to strike at any moment pose aggressive snakes put themselves into. Yet, according to the Pokedex, Grandpa's cells have been invigorated, allowing it to regain its youth.
Whoa, 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 okay. I never saw this Dex entry. Probably because I don't have the Dramponight, so obviously, but that's really cool. So okay, let's read this again here. Drampa's cells have been invigorated, allowing it to regain its. Oh my God! It's King Piccolo. It's King Piccolo. He's got his youth back. No. Wait, no. He's not King Piccolo. Well, yes, he is King Piccolo, but he's also Lord Slug. My youth. My voice, my impeccable singing voice. Oh man, and let's see. It manipulates the atmosphere to summon storms. Yeah, look, see, like I thought, it's very much connected to storms. You need to get both the Pokemon and the Mega Stone to get the Mega entry. Oh, okay. I guess that's true. Yeah. But yeah, just. He's literally a Namekian. He's both King Piccolo and Lord Slug after restoring their youth from the Eternal Dragon. Which, oh hey, he's the Eternal Dragon, by the way.
It manipulates the atmosphere to summon storms. So yes, its straightened neck and black fur were attributes it had in its youth. It simply lost those with age. As you do. Its fur being black in its younger days is akin to most Asian men as well. Black, or technically very, very, very dark brown hair, is extremely common in...
Yep, that's, I'm not Asian, but I can certainly relate, you know, having very, very dark brown hair. It's to the point where I've always said that I don't have brown hair. I've got coffee black hair, which is like the darkest brown I've ever seen. So I've always called my hair color coffee black.
East Asia. And when I say extremely common, I mean literally more than 98% of the people there have it. Its horns pointing up like this just makes it even more like Zhulong now, while also maybe referencing the decorative fronts of Kabuto helmets.
Wait, he called those horns? I always thought that was just his mane. I never saw those as horns. Because when in Grandpa's normal form, that's just his mane that's you know, weighed down. Those aren't horns, are they? I don't think those are horns. That's if they are horns, that's pretty interesting, because where does the old man mane come from then?
Its ability to summon storms in the atmosphere just makes it even more akin to Chinese dragons, many of which are said to have such an ability. But most directly, this is all akin to Shenlong or Shinryu, the divine dragon, depicted here among dark storm clouds. But don't let the dark clouds fool you. Like most Chinese dragons, Shenlong is nice. It governs storms, winds, clouds, and rain, and tells them to go water the farmlands. So long as you don't make him angry, that is. When Shenlong grows angry or feels neglected, it brings about floods, thunderstorms.
Oh no, ads! Alright. Alright, pausing for a moment to make sure everyone who's going through the ads makes it out all right. We're almost done with this. We only got like a couple minutes left on this video. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna grab a drink here. All right. Looks like the ads are over. Everybody back from the Shadow Realm. Sound off in the chat if you're back. Sound off in the chat if you're back from the Shadow Realm. Also, that picture of that city being flooded is very tragic. Like, yikes. All right. Sounds like everyone's back from the Shadow Realm. Alrighty, let's go ahead and finish off this video.
And even droughts. Don't forget about your grandpa. Give your grandparents a call now and again. And lastly, as a small aside, could it only having 2 little claws sticking out of the clouds be like how some classic Asian dragon art just shows their heads and little hands sticking out of the clouds? Probably. And double lastly, what's with the symbol on its side? It went from 3 dots to 4 diamonds.
Okay, I'm glad I know I'm not the only one that noticed that. So that is pretty interesting. The spot pattern on Grandpa, I wonder what that means. I wonder if it has some cultural significance to either Japan or China or maybe both. I'll have to reach out to a couple friends of mine like Kaihatsu to see if there's anything significant to that.
And as far as the context of Asian history goes, 3 dots in this arrangement is likely this symbol painted on various temples dedicated to Buddha. The 3 dots represent Buddha, his teachings, and his disciples.
Oh, okay. It's probably a Buddhism thing. Okay. 3 dots like this were also used by the Mori and Matsuda samurai clans, though not for any reason that would directly link them to normal Trampa, other than old-timey, I suppose. Okay. So some kind of Buddhist angle. Okay. All right. Seems legit.
And Buddhism does tend to teach peace and pacifism, how a Drampa prefers to be. The designers may have just removed the circle to reference the symbol less directly, as Pokemon rarely uses exact symbols. And the new diamond symbol on Mega Drampa, this is the symbol of the Takeda samurai clan.
Holy shit! Takeda Shingen! That was okay. I don't think that's meant to be a direct reference to the. I don't think that's meant to be a direct reference to Takeda Shingen's clan. Wow, but it literally is just his clan's symbol. All right, let's see what Loxton says. What is the connection there, if any?
One of the more well-known, and they were active from the 12th to the 16th centuries, perhaps pointing again to Mega Drampa's head frills somewhat resembling Kabuto helmets. Young samurai becoming peaceful Buddhists after seeing the horrors of war is a bit of a trope. Otherwise, this symbol is an old dingbat. Those wing-dingy Unicode symbols you can type on a computer as if it were a letter, though this is one of the originals from back in the days. It's literally just decorative, used to make bullet points or the edges of a page a little more.
Okay, so that's actually interesting. So, okay, hold up, wait. So, what is that symbol? Because apparently it is a prevalent symbol. It's used in like everyday. It's used in everyday things like as a bullet point, but that's a symbol that means something. There's a reason why that symbol was chosen. So I wonder what that is supposed to mean, and if this symbol has any historical context or relevance in Western history, as opposed to, like, you know, in Eastern history, where obviously we just talked about that it looks like it looks exactly like the Takeda clan symbol. Bullet point, Megatramp was shot. Probably not the best idea to shoot at a Megatramp. He looks like he would not appreciate that at all.
Or ornate looking. In fact, the first and second editions of Dungeons and Dragons use this symbol in droves. I suppose it is more fantasy feeling than.
Oh, is that so? Hey, Dad, if you're still in the chat, can you confirm? Because I know, because you played a lot of first and second edition D&D. So, if you're still in the chat, if you can confirm if that is true, and you know, and maybe if you can also can elaborate if maybe you might know if you've seen this symbol somewhere before outside of D&D. Also, I like how I paused it and it shows Kryn. Kryn. Okay. I really did like the Dragonlance books growing up as a kid. My dad he gave me all the Dragonlance books to read, and they were wonderful. They were a wonderful story. I really liked it.
A standard bullet point. And as for the 3 dots on original Drampa, well, that's also an old typewriter symbol. In fact, this example from the Wikipedia page on Dingbats even shows the 3 dots on regular Drampa being used as decor on this typewritten and type-printed page. And that is certainly a way to get across the old man nature of this Pokemon. It's got typewriter decor on it, but at least when it Mega Evolves, it adds a shape and doubles as the Mon of a big samurai clan. Well, let me know your thoughts down below, as well as if I missed anything. Massive thanks to our Patreon supporters, YouTube members, and you, and I hope that until next time, you never stop using your noggin.
When you hang around that old...
Alright, so that was Loxton's new video. Alright, you know, if you guys enjoyed it, of course be sure to give a like to the original video and subscribe to him if you haven't. He's a really good guy. I know from personal experience as someone who was under his employ for a brief time. So definitely, I would definitely highly recommend it. Now, with that out the way, let me go back. Hang on a sec. There we go. All right, so seems to not have lore to it from what I see. Oh, thank you for looking it up, Veginox. I swear though, it has to have something because there's a reason why a symbol like that is so prevalent, right? It can't just be like, oh, haha, I decided to arrange 4 rhombuses in a geometric pattern, haha, you know, for seemingly no reason. Though, now that I say that out loud, that could be the more likely scenarios that, oh no, I literally just did this for shits and giggles. You know, so that could very well be the correct answer, but nah, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go with we're gonna try to go for the more interesting angle, guys. Why? Because we are fringe analysts, and it is our job to look beyond the veil and examine the edge, and you know, pull at the strings of the fringes and see where that fiber string leads us. You know, that is the core. That is the spirit of a true fringe analyst. I have to dig deeper. Doug Trio, use dig. You could ascribe symbolic meanings to it. Yeah, you could. I'm just saying that I think there might be, but it could be lost to time. Hey! Ho ho, Torn Boy, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I am Professor Ramnus, Fringe Analyst Extraordinaire, and we just got done doing a bit of a reaction session to Loxton and Ogden's new video about the Pokemon Drampa. I had a ton of fun going over that video and just talking about some Eastern philosophy stuff that I was really interested in trying to go dig into. So yeah, welcome. Veganox, transformation, let's see, transformation, self-growth, and overcoming challenges. It can represent a renewed self-passion, strength, and the purification of one's spirit. Especially in the context of symbols for self-improvement and spiritual journeys such as tattoos. Wait, so Veganox, is that a meaning that you yourself are ascribing of your own free will, or is that something that you found upon further investigation? Because I don't know at this point. It's a bit of both. Okay, all right. Strategist says my assumption could be to reference Alola's Four Islands. Yeah, that'd be a nice little callback. Assuming that Drampa isn't a species that was imported to Alola long ago. See, that is also a subject that I would like to try to do at some point. Is to do the old Darwinian route of the origin of species and try to figure out which region some Pokemon species actually originate from. Because, like, obviously, because classic example, Eevee can be found in the Kanto region in the Gen 1 games, but you can't find it in the wild. You can only find it as a gift Pokemon from somebody else. It is not found in the wilds of Kanto. However, it is found it's been that way for the first 4 generations, if memory serves. You can't find Eevee in the wild of either Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, or Sinnoh. However, I believe Eevee started being found in the wild in Gen 5 in Unova, I think. I know for sure in Kalos. That one for sure. I definitely remember finding Eevees in the wild there, but I don't remember if it was in Unova. I do. So Veganox says I do D&D writing. I can bullshit real quick. Ah, yes. The DM can certainly work his magic. Arceus made all the Pokemon. Eevee can be found in Trophy Garden. Okay, the Trophy Garden is a bit of a stickler point because the Trophy Garden is owned by Mr. Backlot, and the whole thing about Mr. Backlot is that he specifically starts importing Pokemon to populate his garden. So, no, I don't think it counts that Eevee is found in the quote-unquote in the wild of the Sinnoh region if he has to bring Eevee from a foreign land to Sinnoh. But hold on, wait a minute, hold on a second. Isn't Eevee found in the wild of Hisui in Legends Arceus though? Hold up, hold up. I gotta check this out for myself. Hang on a second. Now I'm like really curious about that. All right, so let me pull up Bulbapedia here. Isn't Eevee in the wild in Gens? Yes, Eevee is in Kalos. Eevee is found in the wilds of Kalos. So that's why I was saying earlier. I definitely know that Eevee is native to Kalos, or at least a population of Eevee are native to Kalos. But I don't. But I can't say if whether or not all Eevees came from Kalos. Just that Kalos is definitely the first region that I can think of where Eevee are finally found in the wild versus getting them from somebody else or being implied to be imported from another location. But anyways, let me just pull up Eevee here. Eevee. All right. Game locations. All right, here we go. Generation 1, received from a person. Generation 2, received from Bill. Generation 3, trade. Generation 4, received from Bibi in Hearthome City, and as well as the Trophy Garden. After obtaining the national deck. So yes, after obtaining the national deck. So EVs are imported by Mr. Backlot. Gen 5, trade. Black 2, white 2. Here we go. So here we go. I was right. Or I was right the first time. EVs were finally found in the wild of Unova, but only after a 2-year gap or a 2-year span since the previous game. Interesting. All right, so I wonder what that. Okay, so I think that means that EV also I think with that EV is not native, or at least not it wasn't originally native to Unova, because the whole point of having more species in Unova from Black and White to Black and White 2 is supposed to be like a an allusion to, like, I guess people immigrating to Unova, and so Pokemon also immigrate to Unova. I think that's supposed to be an allusion to that, which that's fine. I can dig it, but then that would mean that that Eevee and any new Pokemon in Unova at that point, they're not naturally found in Unova. They were brought over from another location. Looking for the earliest location. You're helping disprove your own point. I was not disproving my own point. Is there anything native to Unova other than scum and villainy? Yeah, every Unovan Pokemon so far, like every Unova Pokemon from the first Black and White games, they are native to Unova as far as we can tell so far. Unless unless we get a Zigzagoon situation where there's a Unova Pokemon that gets a regional variant, and that regional variant has a Pokedex entry that says, no, this Pokemon was actually it first came here before being moved over to the other. Because that's interesting that the Zigzagoon we were first introduced to in Hoenn. It's not the ironically normal Zigzagoon. The normal Zigzagoon is the punk rocker Zigzagoon from Galar, and it only changed when it migrated when a population of Zigzagoon migrated to Poke Japan. So yeah. Oh, you were replying to Torn? Oh, that's my bad, strategist. I mean, there are a bunch of previous gen Pokemon in Eastern Unova. Are there? Really? No. No, that's not. Hoennies Obstagoon when? Yeah. Yeah, Game Freak. Make a Hoennies Obstagoon. Alright, so yeah. Shoot, I went on a huge tangent, and now I cannot remember what I was previously talking about that before going off on this tangent about Eevee. What was I talking about? I'm having so much fun, guys. This has all been really fun. The fact that my brain is having trouble remembering what I was doing like not minutes before just goes to show how much of a good time I'm having. Imported Pokemon. I mean, yeah, I was talking about imported Pokemon. That's how we got to Eevee. But I feel like I get the strong feeling I was talking about something different before talking about imported Pokemon. How do I feel about the current state of Pokemon? Well, if you're talking about what other people are starting to talk about when it comes to like, oh, graphics this and flat, flat textures and flat textures that, and I'm just like, I mean, I like awesome graphics in games, but like at the same time, not every game requires like AAA graphics. Like I like the fact I do like the more simple pared down style of Pokemon that Game Freak is going for with these Switch games. I don't mind it. I'm not looking for any I'm not looking for like any hyper realistic fucking Pokemon game. That's what that was what the Detective Pikachu movie was for, and I'll be honest, it was a novel idea to see these hyper realistic Pokemon, being rendered that way. But in the core of my being, I'm just like, I would much prefer they keep their anime look, Now, could Game Freak use better tech to develop their games? Absolutely. I definitely would agree with that. Like, yeah, Game Freak, please. I know this is partially not game. I know it's not partially Game Freak's fault. It's also on the shoulders of Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. But yeah, hyper realistic Poliwrath muscles. Enjoyed that thought. Ha ha ha. No, thank you. All right. Anyways, but yeah, I'm just like, yeah. Just make sure your game. Make sure your games are not broken. Game Freak, please. No, and try not to be. Please don't be predatory about. Please don't be predatory about your pricing. I'm gonna join the crowd here on the with the opinion that the Kalos starter Megastones in Legends ZA and how they're pretty much just behind a paywall of you have to buy this DLC so that way you have access to this one feature, so that way you can get 3 Megastones of Pokemon that are readily available in the game, in the main game. And I'm just like, why? I want my Game Freak. I want my Mega Delphox, please. The Mega Delphox and Mega Chestnut and Mega Greninja, they all look bomb as fuck, dude. They look amazing. Why stop me from having that in the main game? It's not even that big a deal. Like, by all means, not every Mega Pokemon that was previously introduced is in the game. Take, for example, all the Mega Legendary Pokemon. Pretty sure those Pokemon are going to be available in the DLC, the whole Mega Dimension Hyperlumios thing. That makes sense because those are legendary Pokemon. Those legendary Pokemon have nothing to do with the ongoing plot of the main story. So it makes sense to have to put a stopgap on that for until some DLC or whatever. But for Pokemon that you have in the game already, that you get in the middle of the game, stop it. Get some help. That's not behind the DLC. They're saying you have to compete in the. I thought the online competitions were a feature that only required required you getting the DLC first. Was that not how it was? Mewtwo and Diancie have their code in the game already. Only the Hoenn legendaries and starters are presently missing. Yeah. That. I hopped off a long time ago, just wondering. Oh yeah, no, I understand. People have their points in which they feel like they've outgrown Pokemon, and I'll be honest, I've outgrown Pokemon, but I keep myself in the game because I found an aspect of the Pokemon franchise in which I can still readily engage in, and always have a good time about it, and that's making these crazy ass theories, like. Like my efforts so far have been driving me up a wall, especially with Project Herodotus, which, by the way, that's going to be the last thing we're going to cover here in this stream before I end the stream. But yeah, I love doing what I'm currently doing with the Pokemon franchise and how I engage with it. it's thoroughly entertaining to me, and I get something more than just entertainment. In fact, I've done a lot of self-reflection and self-education on a lot of things that I probably should have learned during school. And yeah, the way I engage with Pokemon now, it certainly is something that that's an excellent, replacement for engaging with it as I did as a kid. It's always about money and FOMO with Nintendo. Yeah. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, but I don't like the way they're going about it. They could go about it in a way that's not so scummy or predatory. But hey, what am I gonna do? I'm not anybody that can change that at this point in time. You have Mega Greninja already, so. So remember when I talked about earlier at the beginning of the stream about how I made the bold decision of switching ISPs literally yesterday, the day before I did this stream. And I explained that the reason for those of you who were not part of that conversation at the beginning, the reason why I did that was because literally my previous service provider's equipment could not communicate with my Switch 2. So that effectively meaning my Switch 2 cannot connect to the internet, like, at all. And so I was just like, yeah, I think I'm gonna switch service providers now. I need that. Not to say that I hated my previous service provider. I actually really liked them. They were really cool, really convenient. But our relationship just kind of ran its course, and I moved on to greener pastures. So now I have a way to compete in the online battles so I can get those damn Mega Stones. Gotta get to bed. Have a good... Yeah, you too, Torn. Yeah, thank you once again for popping into the stream. It was lovely to see you again. I'm so glad. I'm definitely glad to be back. I really hope to do a lot more that you guys can... to do a lot more things that can entertain you guys. Alright, so as I was saying, the last thing we're going to talk about in this stream, excuse me, got a had a burp stuck in my throat there. Just weird feeling. Yeah. So last thing we're going to talk about for this stream is my personal project, or one of my personal projects anyway. We're going to talk about Project Herodotus. So let me pull up the fucking project. There we go. All right. Project Herodotus. Hooray! All right. I'm going to activate the slideshow mode. Alrighty. So, Project Herodotus, right? Project Herodotus is, as the title suggests, it is a comprehensive in-universe chronology of the Pokemon world. So, why did I call this Herodotus? Well, the reason why is because Herodotus, Herodotus is an ancient Greek figure who is touted as the father of history. So I felt like it was appropriate to name this project after that, because I'm literally trying to chart the in-game history of the Pokemon world. By the way, I forgot to ask, how far have you gotten in ZA right now? I haven't touched the game in a couple days because I'm really trying to not finish the game without Mega Delphox. But I believe I just encountered the Rust Syndicate, so that's how far I'm in. Let's see. So yeah, Project Herodotus. That's the reason why. That is the reason why I named it after this guy. This guy right here with the scroll and the parchment. All right. TLO! Oh, yeah, so if you... this is going to be this is kind of sort of going to be in the fashion of a military brief, because I don't know... Because I'm very much used to this kind of this kind of presentation. Oh, looks like there's an ad! Ad! Alright, we're gonna take a bit of a pause here. I'm gonna take a bit of a pause here for those stuck in the Shadow Realm. All right, and while that happens, I'm gonna just take a quick swig of my Powerade again. Thank you, Holy. Thank you for the redemption, Holy. I went ahead and I was way ahead of you. I went ahead and did that anyway. All right. Looks like the ad is over. Everybody in the chat everybody sound off the chat if you have returned from the Shadow Realm. So that way we make sure everybody doesn't miss out on the rest of the slides here. Earlier, Holy suggested it's Power Gem-Aid, but it could alternatively be Super Powerade. Maybe. I can workshop a clever little Pokemon version of Powerade, sure. Could call it PPA, like PP up, but that kind of sounds a bit weird. Yeah, a little bit sus, a little bit ayo. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that everybody is back from the Shadow Realm. So we're gonna go ahead and continue with the slides. All right, so TLO, the Terminal Learning Objective. All right, this slide is gonna, unlike the previous slide, this one's gonna have some nice animations here. I worked really hard on this one. All right, so we're gonna talk about the problem. Then we're gonna talk about the problem 2, Multiverse of Madness. I'm gonna love talking about both of these. I'm gonna love talking about both of these things. I love the work I put into this. All right, next we're gonna talk about a solution proposal. We're gonna talk about Project Herodotus version 1, and of course version 2. Yes, because there are 2 versions of this project because certain leaks of a terrifying nature have certainly thrown me for a loop, let's say. All right, we'll talk about next steps, and then finally that there's going to be some room. There's going to be some time for some questions. Terminal, man, we're gonna die from education. I really did try to avoid death by PowerPoint here, but it's unfortunately it's in my tool belt as it's in my tool belt as far as presentation style because of military training. So I'm sorry, this is gonna be death by PowerPoint just a little bit. All right, the problem. Let's talk about the problem that Project Herodotus tackles. So this right here is a interview with that Junichi Masuda did with Game Informer. This was documented by the awesome Dr. Lava on over on Twitter. So if you're not, Dr. Lava is actually really good with documenting a lot of these types of things. So he does have a website. I believe I've got a link to his website at the end of this, so I shall provide that link forthwith. Anyways, what's the deal with the Pokemon timeline? And Masuda Sensei says, it starts to get a little complicated if you pay too much attention to timelines. Like, there might be a professor that appears, and it wouldn't make sense at all if we applied that kind of timeline logic. So we try not to apply it too rigorously. I'm sorry, what? Huh? What? What? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean to apply that? What do you mean timeline logic? What do you mean too rigorously? I don't get it. What do you mean it wouldn't make sense at all if you applied that timeline logic? Huh? So, I'm like, that makes no sense. You're literally just following cause and effect, right? Person A shows up at this point in time, then you move time forward. Person A now shows up in this point in time. But then if you present a scenario in which person A, if you present a scenario that's between Person A's first appearance and Person A's second appearance, and then you present a scenario where the scenario is taking place between these two times, right? And you have Person A here when you have Person A in this particular spot where he was here before. When it doesn't make sense because now he's in two places at once. What do you mean? What do you mean that? What do you mean that it wouldn't make sense to apply that timeline logic? Yes, exactly. Make it make sense. Okay, so, but it's fine, right? It's fine. It's whatever, you know. It's not as if the Pokemon franchise, you know, decided to just make a time. It's not as if they only did this for the video game and not for, like, say, the anime, right? that would be crazy, right? Yeah. What the hell? What's this? Pokemon Timelines: A Journey Through the Animated Series. Satoshi's journey from the beginning, from the first step toward the dream of becoming a Pokemon Master to becoming the champion of the Pokemon World Championships. Bruh! What the hell? What the hell is this bullshit? Like, what? Okay, all right. So they did make a published timeline for the anime. All right. It's okay. It's all right. I saw this last year on October 16th. That when this was posted, I saw this last year. And you know, I didn't crash out. No. I didn't crash out about that. No. I was cool. I was calm. I was collected. I absolutely wasn't. I absolutely crashed the fuck out at this news. Like, what the hell is this? What is this bullshit here, Game Freak? Like, dude, what the fuck? You do this for the anime, but not the actual, like, flagship series that you started this whole thing out with. Well, now I want to see Elle appear in the anime because there's no way that makes sense. Exactly. Oh my god, it would make no sense, especially since, as far as I can tell, because I stopped watching the anime back in Gen 4. I dropped off of the anime around Gen 4, so I have no idea. I had no idea what was going on since then. And to my knowledge, the current series, Horizons, is completely disconnected from the Ash Adventures because I think there's like a whole bunch of things that contradict what's going on in either series. But yeah. So like, I absolutely crashed the fuck out about this. There was no fucking way. Like, what the hell is this, Game Freak? You're pissing me the fuck off with just this unbelievable treatment of your flagship series. This shit is so ass. This is the epitome of this shit is so ass. Unfucking real, guys. Oh man. I could not believe it when I saw this pop up on my Twitter feed. I legit had to take a few minutes just to calm down from seeing this and posting my crash out. It affected me that much. But that's not the only problem that Project Herodotus tries to center on. Let's see. I recall there being a statement from the producers in some capacity implying it's the same world, but it's moved away from focusing on Ash at all. Okay, sure. I'll take your word for it. Again, I have no idea what's going on in the anime now. I stopped after Gen 4. All right, so the second problem that Project Herodotus tries to address is the multiverse of madness that is the Pokemon games as of Gen 6. God, I love this little mock-up I did. It's pretty good. I'm very proud of it, guys. So yeah, you have here. So I'm just gonna take this time to briefly talk about Pokemon Masters EX because it's, aside from what I'm about to talk about right now, it has absolutely no bearing on the rest of the project or how it affects the main franchise. At least in my opinion, I don't really think it does anything at all except just talk about characterizations and not actual like timeline, plotline stuff. Anyways, so Pokemon Master ZX, the whole thing, I don't play it. I tried playing it, but I don't have the attention span to keep playing a mobile game of any variety. So yeah, I tried it once and that's all I did. I stopped it after like maybe a couple weeks. But anyways, Master ZX, to my knowledge, the whole conceit is that, oh hey, you know, the reason why all these different characters are appearing on Paseo is because they're being brought to the island by Hoopa, and each character is coming from their own their own side of the multiverse. So you will have characters that normally don't exist together in the same place, and where they are assumed to have lived the same life. So you have like Elio and Celine, the player characters from Gen 7. If they don't exist together in the game, if you choose to be Elio, you don't run into Celine. If you choose Celine, you don't run into Elio, right? So, you know, you have the two of them existing now side by side in Masters, and they each live their own adventure at the same time. So that's what I mean by Multiverse of Madness, right? So it's all very nice. It's all very tongue in cheek, to the point where the cheek is pretty much poking through your cheek, boring a hole into your cheek, and like, you know, making weird wiggling noises. That's how tongue in cheek Masters is with their references. But that's pretty much it about Masters ZX. It only kind of shows though the problem of the multiverse. But moving on from that, we're going to talk about the Multiverse of Madness. We're going to talk about the multiverse as it is shown, or as it is discussed in the main series Pokemon games. So we're going to talk about Mr. Buddy and the timelines. If you guys are not familiar, Mr. Buddy is a prominent PokeTuber, or at least I think he's prominent. Though these days I don't really hear much from him, so that might have changed. But Mr. Buddy used to have a video back in the day talking about the different Pokemon timelines, right? And so there he is. There's his video, and that's his little icon up there, right? And so according to Mr. Buddy's video, the timeline can be the thing can be broken down into 3 timelines, right? You've got your classic timeline, you've got your modern timeline, and you've got your mega timeline. And this was all like after Gen 6, or this is all in the middle of Gen 6, like right after X and Y released, but right before Oros released. So you got classic, modern, and mega timeline stuff. All right. So the classic timeline, I forgot to change that so that way it's consistent. Oh well, universe and timeline, that just interchange those as you will. So you got the classic universe that is consistent, that consists of the Gen 1 and 2 games only. So you've got the original red, blue, green, and yellow, and then you have the original gold, silver, and crystal. Right? So things that so there are a couple things that define the classic universe. That is that in the classic universe there is a mid to late 90s aesthetic, right? And then you also have 90s era technology. So you've got Red here, who's messing around with a very old looking PC. Looks like some like early gateway computer, or some computers some of you kids might remember from high school that in the computer lab. Then you have technologies like this, where this is supposed to be a TM, right? See, I always thought that TMs back in Gen 1 looked like floppy disks, but apparently that was something that Pokemon Origins had tricked me into thinking, because they showed TMs looking like floppy disks there, which makes sense given how I just described the classic universe. But according to the actual like concept art of red and blue and green, this is what a TM looks like. This is described as a headband. That's not what I thought it was at first. I thought it was a collar, because if you look, I'm not sure if you guys can see my mouse cursor, but if you look at this portion here, this looks like the end of a collar, like where you would tighten where the collar is. And so I thought it was a collar. It turns out it's a headband. Now, I do have a headband that, because if it's a headband, it definitely looks like a headlamp, right? I have a headlamp as part of my military equipment. I have headlamps, but a headlamp does not have this little thing here that implies that you have to tighten it from this angle here. That's not what a headband would look like, to me at least. But this is a headband. It very much has a retro look about it. So we'll throw that as an example as 90s technology, right? So next up we have Gold here. I know his name. Okay, guys, I know his name is Ethan in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but he was originally called Gold. The manuals called him Gold. He was called Gold, and his name in the Pokemon Adventures manga followed suit. His name is Gold, just like the girl's name is Chris, as in Crystal, and just like the rival's name is Silver. His name has always been Silver, so why the hell did Game Freak change it into Ethan instead of keeping it as Gold? It makes no sense, Game Freak. Make it make sense. Anyways. Alright. Anyways, sorry about that. You got, where was I? Fuck, I raced out a little bit, and now I distracted myself. Okay. Late 90s aesthetic, right. So you've got Gold here with his aesthetic here, the backwards cap, the punk skater look, and he's got the Poke Gear, which looks like an early model cell phone, which it pretty much functions as, because it can only do calls and pick up radio signals. You know, that's expected, right? And then you have this, and then you have the classic time machine, not the time machine from the current gen. No, this was the original time machine from Gen 2, and you can definitely tell that this is retro because look at how bulky it is, guys. That's how we used to define some higher level technology, is how big and how bulky it is. Versus nowadays, where it's like, no, it's more practical to make things smaller, more slim, which I can dig. Anyways, moving on. Before we move on to the modern timeline, let me catch up with chat here. I think Origins did that to consolidate the idea of them being discs. Yeah, so I'm actually about to talk about that here in a moment. Professor Sada, we can catch Pokemon from the past. Yeah, sure. Bill decades earlier yawns. Pretty much. Alright, so, moving on. Now we talk about the modern timeline. So, the modern timeline consists of everything between Gens 3 and 5. So that's Fire Red Leaf Green, Ruby Sapphire Emerald, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Diamond Pearl and Platinum, Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2. Excuse me. A more vague aesthetic. So the modern timeline has a more vague aesthetic chronology-wise. So unlike the 90s aesthetic that the original games have, these games have a more vague aesthetic in which you're not meant to know what era is meant to be depicted in the setting, through their clothing. It's all meant to be very vague, but also very modern / contemporary, if that makes sense. And also, it's also defined by more quote unquote modern technology. So by that, strategist, you pointed this out earlier about the discs. Yeah, that's the more modern technology that I'm talking about. So TMs in this case, they're no longer weird headband collar looking things. They are now CDs, and that's pretty cool, right? So you've got TMs looking like CDs. You've got the Teachy TV, right? Teachy TV, it's a portable television. It kind of looks, vaguely modern. However, when was the last time any of y'all have seen a portable TV like this? I know when the last time I saw one like this. It wasn't necessarily mine, and it actually used to belong to my grandpa, who had a portable television, and everything was in black and white. So I remember seeing technology like this back in the mid to late 90s. I don't know about anybody else, and I certainly know one person in the chat who's never seen it. I'm looking at you. You know who you are. And I can tell you're giggling, and I can tell you're laughing. Stop it. Anyways, But yeah, so the Teacher TV here is a good example of like more modern technology, but with a retro feel to it. All right, next in Hoenn, you've got the PokeNav, which it doesn't necessarily look it doesn't look too futuristic, but it doesn't look too retro either. The only retro part of the only quote unquote retro thing about the PokeNav is the fact that it looks kind of blocky, which again was a thing back is what usually is indicative of something being retro, is being like either big or blocky or both. And I'm not sure exactly how when the anime showed how it works, I could not understand how it works. So are these orange rectangles here buttons? I think they're supposed to be buttons, but I think the blue blue thing here is also a button. And are you supposed to like pull out the top pull it forward, and then pull out the screen from what looks to be like a cartridge? I think that's how it worked. Strategist. I remember seeing some colored ones, but that was still ages ago. Yeah. All right. Next up in Johto, you once again have the Pokegear. However, unlike the Pokegear from the classic universe, this Pokegear has a more sleek, slim design. So the slim, and that is supposed to be indicative of something that's more modern, right? It's not blocky. It's more ergonomic. It's more sleek. It's more stylish, right? And so in this case, it looks like a flip phone, which it previously did not look like a flip phone. It just looked like a prototype smartwatch, if you would, right? It was able to tell time. It was able to pick up calls, and it had this little like extension thing that some older like it had like a longer attachment to it, like some older quote unquote smartphones used to have. Like I looked it up yesterday. It was like something called a Seiko RC 1000. No. Seiko. It was a Seiko Data Link 2000. And that pretty much looked like a Fitbit, like an old style Fitbit with a literal keyboard attachment that you don't necessarily attach to your wrist, but some people decided to take that keyboard and put it on their wrist because it has a USB connection to the watch. And that just like, I'm just like, wow, that's like almost Power Glove levels of style right there. That's pretty cool. Turns out, no, the keyboard never went on the actual wrist. It was just a normal keyboard. It was just a normal mini keyboard that is laid flat on a desk or whatever. Sad. I would have much preferred to be a wrist mounted keyboard. All right, so yeah, and then with Johto, there's more CDs, especially with the upgrade item that was available from Silphco to turn Porygon into Porygon 2. Next up, you have Sinnoh with their Poketches. Now, Poketches, again, as I mentioned before, about how the original Pokegear looked like early model smartwatches, the Poketch also looks like early models. Early model smartwatches. In fact, this one, as well as the remake version of the Poketch, these look very much like they look very similar to Seiko RC 1000s. So very old style smartwatches made in Japan. Does the Arceus phone make an anachronism? I will get to that in the next slide, Veginox. We will answer that question. We'll definitely address that. We will definitely address that in the next slide. Gonna point out before you get into Gen 5, it's pronounced cross transceiver. There's even a line in the games. Yeah. I still call it X transceiver because it's more fun saying X transceiver than cross transceiver. Technically, no. Arceus upgraded your phone for your convenience. So yeah, like I said, I will address that in the next slide. But I'm gonna go ahead and finish up this slide because it looks like in a few minutes another ad will start. So, in Gen 5, we have we've got the X transceivers or the cross transceivers. Yes, strategists, we have cross transceivers, but I will still call them X transceivers. And with X transceivers, these are just full-blown these are just full-blown smartwatches, guys. Full-blown smartwatches that have video call capabilities. Now, I never had a smartwatch, and all of the people in the military that I've seen with smartwatches, I've only ever seen them take audio calls on their watches. I don't think I've ever seen an actual smartwatch take video calls. You guys let me know in the chat if you've ever seen smartwatches these days with video call capabilities. Oh hey Kai, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for popping in. That Seiko Data 2000 was like a dual disc out of Yu-Gi-Oh, except you'd be walking around while typing stuff on your wrist like Colress. And yes, exactly, Kai, exactly. That's exactly the vibe I got as well. When are we covering the PDAs from Coliseum and XD? Never, because this Project Herodotus is only talking about the main series games, not the side games. Sadly, I would love to talk about Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness, but I want to figure out how the main series games works first, and then afterwards, I would like to see how the side games like Coliseum, XD Gale of Darkness, and the Ranger games, how they fit into everything, and also the Pokemon Snap games. So yeah, the ad is coming in about 2 minutes, so let me go ahead and finish this up here. All right, the next thing we could talk about are the Pokedexes, right? Each game's Pokedex also fits this whole this vague aesthetic as far as like futuristic tech, but with a retro kind of feel. And for the Pokedex, the whole retro feel is all about just analog. You see D-pads on early model Pokedexes. You see buttons. You see everything that you would see everything that would say, hey, this is older technology. These are not touch screens. Well, except for maybe the Heart Gold and Soul Silver Pokedex, though that kind of looks like touchscreen technology. But for the most part, you see the Pokedexes as more analog type of devices, which is kind of indicative of it having a retro feel. Woo! All right, so I'm gonna take a little break here. I'm gonna use the latrine here real quick, and then by the time I get back, you guys should be either in the tail end of the ad or just coming back from the ad. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a break right here. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Cool. All right. Who here is still in the middle of an ad? It doesn't look like the ads are running right now. So, let's see. Strategist says the Gen 5 Pokedexes only had the button to pull the screens apart and view it as one big list. I'm quite sure it's implied to be touchscreen as well, and that would make sense. Yeah. Because Black and White was released in 2010, and I believe 2010 was when the first iPhone rolled out. I think I might be wrong. Something tells me I'm wrong because I'm the year 2015 is popping in my head for some reason. I can't remember, and I can't connect the right synapses to remember why 2015 is popping in my head. Because I know I researched it, and I think my brain is trying to tell me, no, you dumbass, it was 2015, not 2010. Let's see. Diamond Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Black and White each had Pokedex designs similar to the DS. The only one to look like a console after that was Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Was the Heart Gold, Soul Silver one supposed to look like a DS? I don't see that. I do not see that at all. That is that's interesting. It has two screens. Yeah, it has two screens, but like the Gen 5 the Unobon Pokedex, it also has two screens, but it definitely does not look like a DS of any kind. Not the DS Lite, not the DSi, nothing like that. But yeah, so but as I was saying, strategy. So yeah, the fact that it still has a button, is made more. Yeah, see, that's what I always got as well. Is that, ironically, despite the fact that it's not a cell phone and you use your watch as a cell phone instead, it looks like, I always thought that the Gen 5 Pokedexes looked more like cell phones. But yeah, so the fact that Gen 5 Pokedex still has like a button, something of a like an analog manual control. I think that still has that indicative thing of it being retro to some degree. In this case, to a very little degree, because we are getting into that point in time where it's like, oh yeah, no, technology is progressing, and we want to show that as we are showing less and less like analog type devices. If that makes any sense. Hopefully all this bullshit I'm saying it makes some sense. There were some slide up phones like that, but yeah, just having two screens was enough of a ref. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I see where you're coming from with that. Like, I just never put it together in my head like that. Pretty sure Bubblepedia's references for Pokedexes have info related to it. Okay, yeah, I could check that out. But yeah, so moving on to the next thing here. We're going to talk about the Mega Timeline, or the Mega Universe, or whatever, because I forgot to change the titles of these slides, so now it's all fucking inconsistent. Yay! Also, some smartphones had singular buttons about the position of the Pokédex. Yeah. Alright, so, the Mega Timeline. Alright, the Mega Timeline consists of every Pokemon game since the X and Y up to today, actually. So, the Mega Timeline is defined by a vaguely, quote-unquote, futuristic aesthetic. So, and I'll show you what I mean here in a minute. And as well as it is defined by even more, quote-unquote, modern technology or contemporary, if that's a better definition. So, and by that I mean like touchscreen, phone apps, things like that. All right. Also, some futuristic technology like holographic displays, something that, as far as I'm aware, we don't have in real life. So, with Kalos, it introduced the Holocaster, a device that does have partial holographic projections. It is very futuristic and aesthetic because of how sleek and how sleek and small it is, right? And I'm pretty sure there's like a touch screen involved because pretty sure there's like a touch screen involved. But yeah, the Pokédex is definitely it definitely has that touchscreen though, because that little space in between the two red parts of the Kalos Pokédex, I always thought that was glass, but no, it is not glass. That is all holographic. That is all a holographic projection, because when you close the Pokédex, all that extra length of whatever that middle part is, if it was glass, it would definitely have to break the mold and like break the sculpt, I mean, and like jut out from the top. So this is definitely a holographic display and not, say, like a glass panel or something. All right, so next up we have Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, where we are definitively traveling back in time once again. So with that, we have the PokéNav Plus. Now, the PokéNav Plus is very interesting because here we have a little bit of anachronism that that Veginox brought up earlier. And here's the anachronism. You have this device, the PokéNav Plus. It very much follows what was in the modern time, what was the devices in the modern timeline, in which you have this device here that seems to be very analog, right? You've got the two orange buttons there. You've got the manual buttons in the center there, right? And if you notice at the top of the PokéNav Plus, what is that? That right there is, if you can see my mouse cursor. Hopefully you can. If not, I'm just going to be talking into the ether here. You've got this little part here. It's a handle. It's interesting because when was the last time you saw a device with a handle like this? Oh yes, that's right. It was the Teachy TV, a device that was supposed to evoke a sense of retro technology. And remember, according to like deleted timelines and whatnot, the Hoenn games and the Kanto games are supposed to be like roughly around the same time. So this actually makes sense. Now, here's the anachronistic part. This part here where it shows Brendan messing around with the PokéNav Plus, yeah, those are applications. like you know how we know applications today, like with phones and whatnot. So this was not a thing. This is definitely not a thing in the modern timeline, because nothing like that ever had existed at that point in time. But you've got anachronism right here. You've got the futuristic app technology with the retro aesthetic of this analog PokéNav device, right? And this extends as well to this also kind of extends to the Pokédex as well, where you have this very analog device. You've got the two green buttons here on the side. You've got the two small white buttons here on this side. You've got the four what looks to be bumpers like on a Game Boy Advance. But you got more buttons here on the side, and then you've got this little thing right here, which this little Pokeball shaped thing right here, which I always assumed this was kind of like a scroll wheel, you know, like a mouse wheel. You would move it up and down, and that's how you make the screen. That's how you make the screen move up and down on the Pokédex screen, right? And so, like, and I think I'm wrong in this case, but I think the blue center thing here is supposed to be another button. I just don't know what that button is supposed to fulfill, because you got two buttons here, which I would assume are your typical like A and B buttons, your confirm and cancel buttons, right? So that's always something I thought of, and obviously, you know, it very much is supposed to evoke a retro feel of the Game Boy Advance, which I really did appreciate that. I really liked that. I think that was one of my favorite design aspects of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Also, I don't know if anybody else caught this, considering that the Pokédex is the Game Boy Advance. Did anybody else notice the PokéNav Plus is kind of sort of shaped like the Game Boy Advance SP? I'm not sure if anybody else noticed that. I noticed that, and that kind of made me enjoy it just a little bit more. So just putting it out there. I just putting it out there. That's what I got. Let's see. I would if I was at my PC, but I stepped away from it because I have some stuff I got to do. I'm still listening where possible. That's all right. Oros implies features introduced in Emerald are soon to be happening as well. That's also correct. But we're talking about like technology wise. Kai says, I personally don't rely on technology or aesthetics to pinpoint timeline placement, as those two things are clearly very different in the Pokemon world compared to ours. So yes, I'm also very cautious. I'm also very cautious in using technology. So what I'm doing, talking about technology right now in this particular instance, I'm using technology as a way to talk about, like, as a way to address the problem. Because right now, Kai, this part of the slide is talking about the problems that Project Heradas aims to address. That one of those problems being that you've got this multiverse here, and the multiverse is kind of muddy and one of those things that makes it muddy is the fact that you've got technology and you've got these aesthetics that are hard to place, where these games are supposed to set, or where these games are set in, right? So that's why I'm bringing up technology as an example of the problems of this whole multiverse storytelling. They had fun with the designs. Oh yeah, for sure. They absolutely had fun with the designs, especially with Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. That's definitely evident. All right, so moving on to the next game. Moving on to the next thing, we've got Pokemon Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. There's aside from the Pokédex, I don't recall there being anything of significance that really technology-wise that really does anything to fit the futuristic aesthetic, or having any more modern technology, or having any like futuristic technology that wasn't already introduced prior to X and Y, Festival Plaza. Yeah, but Festival Plaza, isn't that meant to be like a virtual space? So, something that was already introduced in X and Y as like the super training feature. That's kind of how I felt that it was. That's what Festival Plaza was basically about, was just that. It's like the super training area, just different. Or at least it's derived from the super training stuff. But yeah, so the Pokédex is here, the Rotom Dexes. Here we start to see even more like progression towards touchscreen technology, because as we see here, it kind of sort of started with Unova. It definitely is prominent here in Kalos, and then in Alola, the Pokédex here is fully touchscreen. At least I think so, because I don't know what the hell these nubs are on the Rotom Dex's little arm things here. Because are those meant to be buttons? Because they look kind of weird if they are buttons. But if these are not buttons, then the Rotom Dex has no buttons. It's all touchscreen. I remember that Clement made the super training, so he did make the super training, and I also did get confirmation yesterday that he did make the Rotom Dex. So that is true. This is all Clement, baby. But yeah, so aside from that, that was pretty much it for the Alola region. A game that was practically just an island setting. And like with any island settings, there is a sense of isolation because you're so far away from other places. So it kind of makes sense. I still wonder if Festival Plaza is like VR or something. Either way, there must be some kind of device involved that the player character used to access it. Yeah. No, that's exactly what I was getting at. Is that just like the super training technology, the Festival Plaza is also like that. I think it's kind of derived from the same technology. So it is VR to some extent. Maybe even AR, alternate reality technology. Is from. The arm things are just morphs to more closely resemble its light bulb form. Oh, really? Okay. It is from an island. Okay, so yes, strategist, you are from Galar, which is an island. However, what I mean by your island is like still close enough to a mainland to for it to not really be that drastic of a thing. But compared to something like Alola, which is very far away from anything, and you get to see what I mean, where it's like, oh, there is a sense of isolation because there's literally nothing around it aside from just water. All right, and so we move on to speaking of Galar, we do move on to the Galar region. Bro, we have a train line directly connected. Yeah. See, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. All right, so we move on to the Galar region, where we first are introduced to the next line of technological progression, which is the Rotom phone. With the Rotom phone, this is where we start seeing the Pokédex go from a separate device into from being a separate physical device into it becoming now an electronic application. So basically a phone app, right? And now this is where we're fully into the futuristic aesthetic, or more with the more modern technology. Because now the Pokédex is now the phones are smartphones, and the Pokédex is now a phone application. It's now software instead of both software and hardware. Hawaii was formed as an island, whereas the island of Britain was once connected to the mainland. Yeah, exactly. Doggerland, anybody? Doggerland. Any Doggerland fans here? All right, and then there's not much progression. There's really not much progression between the Galar region and Paldea region, because here once again we have a Rotom phone with just an added camera, with just an additional camera and an LED light around the rear center portion. So basically, it's just like the new model iPhone, and that's about it. There's really nothing all that different from it. Britain took Brexit more seriously way back in the day. If we get the Dutch to do what they're best at, we can bring back Doggerland for real. Oh man, that'd be pretty funny. All right, so yeah, as I was saying, so with Paldea, not much technological progression, but it does still complete the transformation of the Pokemon games, leaning more into a vaguely futuristic aesthetic with even more modern technology and some futuristic technology. All right, now with those out of the way, there are still a few games we still have to address, right? The only games that I have yet to address so far, and that is the Legends games, Legends Arceus and Legends ZA. So these games, Legends Arceus, at first when it was released, we weren't quite sure where it was. Was it, I've talked to people where they were like, oh, it follows like it has aspects of both diamond version, it has aspects of pearl version, and it has aspects of platinum version. But they're not sure if whether or not it's if the game is set in the Mega timeline or if it's set in the modern timeline or whatnot. And so like it wasn't until the recent release of Legends ZA that question was finally put to rest. Legends Arceus is indeed set in the Mega universe, Mega timeline, whatever. So, and with Legends Arceus, Veginox. Now we can address what Veginox brought up just several minutes ago, and that is the Arceus phone. The Arceus phone is tricky because, right? Because of a little known game called Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. The Gen 4 remakes are very, very challenging. Not as challenging as the Let's Go games, but they are challenging in their own way. In this case, no one really knows if even now, it's still not completely understood if Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, if it's set in the Mega universe or not. Like, you have fairy type Pokemon, which seems to be something that defines the Mega universe. So that could be a potential thing to point it towards being the Mega universe. And then of course you have the fact that nothing really changes about between the originals and nothing really changes between the originals and the remake. Like, not design wise, not aesthetic wise, it's all the same. And in my opinion, much to its detriment, because I wish he would have followed. I wish he would have done the same thing that Fire and Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Omega Ray of Alpha Sapphire did, and updated the game, you know, aesthetically, because then you can do a lot of cool things with it. However, there is supposed to be a clear connection between Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl and Legends Arceus because of the whole Azure Flute thing, right? So, because of that connection, I'm going to say that Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl are set in the Mega timeline, but it's very weird because, again, nothing changes about it. It's the exact same. But here's the thing, because it's the exact same, Legends Arceus, the player character that you play as is strongly implied to be Lucas and Dawn, right? Lucas and Dawn that are pulled from the future or from their point in time and sent to the past. And what's the one thing that they have? They have a smartphone that Arceus that just, you know, gives it a makeover. So smartphones in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and smartphone implies that there are smartphones in the original Diamond Pearl Platinum. At least I think so. So like, does it fit the whole futuristic aesthetic? Not really, because it looks like a modern iPhone, right? It wouldn't even look like an older iPhone. It looks like the Arceus phone looks like it was made from it was derived from a modern iPhone rather than an older model. Let's see here. I'm gonna take a bit of a break here to catch my breath because I've been going off on this thing. Let's see. I've still had Legends Arceus placed in both Modern and Mega. I think it's rather inconsequential because the events most likely play out the same either way, including Diamond and Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Platinum. Cena, Flabebe is a fairy type. We just discovered those. Professor Leventon, knowing about Sylveon and the fairy type. That's true. That's true. I just noticed now the chat is animated on screen. That's awesome. Yeah. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you, Kai. I'm glad you like it. You need to hide that from the locals, lest it be taken from you. I know, right? You need to hide it from the locals, lest they burn you at the stake for being a witch. Ah! Alright, so, now that I've caught my breath, okay, we can move on to the next thing. And that is... let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. Hooray! We get to talk about these games. Someone fucking kill me, please. Alright. Okay, so... let's go Pikachu and Eevee. Alright, it is technically in the Mega timeline. By the sole virtue of it having Mega Pokemon, Mega Evolution. However, that's the reason why I say technically is because there are a few big contradictions to previous games' continuities, right? Those contradictions being these three right here: red, blue, and green, right? So whoa, what the hell? What the hell was that? Did you guys see that? That was weird. That was very weird. Okay. something just showed up on screen. I don't know what the hell that was. Anyways, as I was saying, so yeah, one of the big contradictions is the fact that Red, Blue, and Green already had their adventure by the time Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee start, which is weird because the whole point, the whole thing prior to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee is that Red and Blue are the ones who travel on a Pokemon journey, encounter Team Rocket, defeat Giovanni and dismantle Team Rocket, as well as compete with each other to earn the first champion title in the Indigo League, like the first proper champion title, because of what Oak and Lance reveal is that after that instance of the Indigo League is that, oh, now we're gonna change champion into a role of the Elite Four rather than it just being just a title. But yeah, so that's a big contradiction there. Another big contradiction is what Blue says here, right? Blue says that Professor Oak used to make him just scribble on a map with a pencil about where he encountered Pokemon. This is basically him, doing the whole Pokedex project, but with basically a pen and paper, right? That's weird. So it's like this, but if you recall, the Pokedex that you'll actually get in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee looks like this. It's a tablet. It's a tablet. Like, yeah, it still fits the idea of it having a retro aesthetic. What with the analog buttons and all that, the little buttons at the bottom half of the tablet thing, but it's still a tablet, guys. Like, what? And red, blue, and green don't even look that much older than Chase and Elaine. So I would say at the very least, like, or not at the very least, at the very most, like, not even 2 years probably have passed, because they don't look that much different. They do. It seems, based on how they do look like they're like a little bit older than Chase and Elaine, which would make sense given the context of Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But they don't look all that different. So to go from like, oh, Professor Oak has kids, making a Pokedex with pen and paper, versus, in the background I'm just developing this brand new high advanced technology where I can just enter this shit in digitally. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, because it's like, well, if that was the case, then why have the first set of kids go through the trouble of writing shit down if you were in the middle of making technology that makes it easier to enter it in digitally rather than, manually? iPad kids are taking over. Oh boy, that's pretty funny. So we do currently think that Diamond and Pearl was set in around 2000, and that was about 4 to 5 years past before the player character was taken back in time. There may be an answer for this from someone else, but I can't say too much about it yet, though you may know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think I do. I think I got what you're talking about. So yeah, that was the other big contradiction. That had everything to do with just the technology there, specifically regarding the Pokedexes. It's a very weird situation. All right, and then finally, another big contradiction are two other characters. These two dipshits, everyone's favorite pair of dipshits. So these guys here, they don't exist at all to anybody, and I was like, whoa, what the hell? Guys, it happened again. What the hell was that? What just popped up on my screen? Guys, I'm a little worried. What the hell just happened? I have no idea what the hell that was. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and continue. I'm gonna keep an eye out. Hime-chan, welcome. Thank you, first time chatter. Welcome to my stream. I am Professor Ramnus. I am a fringe analyst extraordinaire, and I'm with this re-debut stream. I'm just going through these. I'm just going through like a reintroduction to myself, talking about everything that I plan on going. I plan on streaming. Everything I have plans moving forward, right? And right now we're just chatting, and I'm going over a personal project that is currently in the works that I'm sharing with you guys. Oregon Z is taking over. Viola, just let me know about the question you asked earlier about Mega Grandpa symbol and where in ADD was it shown? It was in one of the AD&D Oriental Adventures. Oh, okay. It's one of the family clan symbols. It also was in a clan symbol in the Rokugan setting in the 3rd edition. Now see that makes sense, because that also points back to the fact that it's a reference to the Takeda clan and how that was their symbol. But yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, that's awesome. All right, thanks a lot, Pop. I appreciate it. All right, so anyways, back to what I was talking about before. So with Jesse and James, right? Jesse and James, they literally don't appear in any other game except for the game that this game was a remake of, which is Pokemon Yellow. There's no other instance of Jesse and James ever showing up in any of the other games. Right? So, very easy, very simple. Jesse and James, big contradiction, because they don't appear in any other game except for Yellow, which was an adaptation of the anime. Plain and simple. That's it. All right. I think that's about it. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody else. What could it be? I wonder. I feel like I'm forgetting. I feel like I'm forgetting one small blonde issue. Oh my God. Right, of course. Her. Mina. Yes, Mina, of course. How could I try to forget about you? Oh, I almost was successful in forgetting about you. All right, so yes, Mina is yet another big contradiction in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, because the whole point, Mina was first introduced in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Her role in that game was as a trial captain. In the game, it is confirmed that trial captains retire at the age of 20. So, the fact that she has not retired in either of those games can only mean that she is not 20 years old yet. So, at the most, she can be 19 years old. But given her stature, given her design, she is certainly designed to be someone within their, at the very least, mid-teens to late teens. However, according to Bulbapedia, Mina's appearance in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee apparently it's according to concept art from Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, she's supposed to be like 13 to 15 years old. That's a problem there, Houston. I don't think that doesn't track. The math ain't mathin'. So, yeah. She, of course, is the biggest reason as to why I personally choose to put Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee in their own little corner where nobody is allowed to bother them. Let them do their own thing. As long as they do not interact, they do not touch, they do not do anything else outside of that corner. Feel free to continue existing, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I just don't want to deal with you in terms of charting out this chronology. Yeah, you spin. Go ahead. Enjoy it. Yay, spinny spin. All right. So, with that out the way, I can now move on to my solution proposal, right? And that proposal is that I'm gonna do this my own damn self, since Game Freak seems to be too fucking scared to be very concrete about this. So, I'm gonna do what Thanos do, and I'm gonna do it my damn self. My imported Pokemon from Let's Go. We touched. What do we do? Suffer. Also in the 2000s, the company AEG came out with a tabletop RPG called Legends of the Five Rings. Yep. Yeah, that tracks. That makes total sense. All right, so the solution I came up with was number 1, Project Herodotus version 1. So version 1 was a version of Project Herodotus where I pretty much took each game. I pretty much took each game and I used the release dates of most of the games as a plot point within the timeline. So that means the Kanto games, the original Kanto games, Red, Green, and Blue, they all came out in the year 1996. Boom. We are starting from the year 1996. 3 years later, Gold and Silver were released in 1999. Boom. That's three. The games themselves say, this is set 3 years later in the actual story. Boom. So now we have the Johto games all taking place in the year 1999. And so on and so forth. Right. That's pretty much how version 1 of Project Herodotus operated. And as you can see here, I've already put in a lot of work to the point where I was actually able to host this timeline, this version of Project Herodotus on a website known as Pokios. So I would highly recommend you guys give it a shot. A lot of the information a lot of that information may be out of date thanks to the Terra leak. Maybe, hopefully not. But yeah, I'm not going to get rid of version 1. Version 1 is just going to be archived, right? So version 1 is just going to be archived. So if anything, like if version 2 doesn't pan out, I can always fall back to version 1 and try to rework things from there. I find this content very fascinating. You are knowledgeable. Thank you, Hime-chan. I appreciate it. All right, so yeah, so like I said, version 1 pretty much has us that way. The chronology starts from the Kanto games, and then using the release dates of most games as a foundation. Now, moving on to version 2 of Project Herodotus. What does that look like? Well, I'm glad you asked. Version 2 of Project Herodotus. Well, I'm going to have a less focus on hard dates because using the release dates as good pinpoints does have a drawback. And that drawback being, well, not every... There are certain games, Legend Z8, that do not follow, that do not seem to adhere to that whole release date thing. Because Legend ZA is spoiler alert. Okay, so Legend ZA is canonically takes place 5 years after X and Y, despite the fact that the game itself was released 12 years after X and Y. So, because that's one reason why I'm focusing less on hard dates. The other reason is that according to the Terra leaks, or according to development files of certain games found within the Terra leak, some character ages were not exactly what I thought they were. For example, in the development files of Sun and Moon, I believe it was there's some documentation there that says that Red and Blue are supposed to be 10 years older than how they were they're supposed to be 10 years older from when they were in Red, from the Kanto games, which that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense because everything about the Gen 7 Pokemon games is all about the number 20 year Pokemon's 20-year anniversary. There's a Pokedex entry for Porygon that states it's been roughly 20 years since this Pokemon has been created. Or sorry, this Pokemon was created roughly 20 years ago. In fact, in fucking Mimikyu's bio page in the Sun and Moon website when it was being promoted, it also referenced 20 years passing. I believe it stated there was a rise in Pikachu merchandise 20 years prior, and that's why Mimikyu wears. That's why Mimikyu wears a Pikachu outfit, is because it's trying to get popular like Pikachu. So you have 3 times that the number 20 was referenced. 20 years, and now you're telling me that, Game Freak, that Red and Blue are supposed to be 20 years old at the time of the Alola games. That math isn't mathing, because that's only 10 years prior. So that makes no sense. But again, that's also one of the biggest reasons why I'm for version 2, I'm gonna focus less on hard dates and with no focus on release dates at all. And then I'm also, and as I just laid out here, I'm gonna have some continued considerations of the information gained from the Terra League. Because if you guys visit Pokeos and you see my timeline and you see Project Terrata's version 1 on there, you will see tags that say some entries there is based on information gleaned from the Terra League. So I'm still going to consider information from the Terra League to be a source, like a source that I can use. And then that's what I'm going to use version 2 to build off of. Let's see. Man, I've been yapping a lot. I am almost out of breath. Holy shit. So I'm going to take this time to just take a breather and read your guys' entries in the chat here. Let's see. If you don't archive things like that, it means you're saying you didn't learn anything from information revision. True, yes. And then it makes Red 21 if they're 10 years after. Yes, yeah, exactly, because Red and Blue are canonically 11 years old, as according to the Pokemon Blue manual specifically. Yeah, it's stated in text. What was Mimikyu's disguise before Pikachu? That's a great question. I'm of the belief that it didn't have a disguise before Pikachu. I'm of the belief that it was just like some kind of shadow being, some kind of shadowy ghost, and then it just wanted to be like Pikachu after it got popular. And here's the thing about the whole Pikachu merchandise becoming popular. So you would think the first thing you would ask is one of the first things you would probably ask when hearing that is like, okay, oh well, why was there an explosion of popularity for Pikachu? I wonder what could have possibly potentially have happened 20 years prior to the Alola games. It's not as if some kind of 11-year-old boy was able to challenge and defeat all eight gym leaders plus the Kanto Elite Four, and then compete with his best friend to become the Pokemon champion of the Indigo League, all while having a Pikachu, which is not a powerful Pokemon by any means. Pikachu was never considered to be a powerful Pokemon. Like yes, obviously Pikachu is still a cute Pokemon, so it still would have had that kind of popularity of, oh, how cute, it's a cute little Pikachu. Yeah, but when you are able to win a competition like the Pokemon League while having a Pikachu on your team as as a Pokemon you win with, not only that, but imagine this, right? Imagine this, guys. Look, if you look at Blue's team, right? If you look at Blue's team, his team consisted of 3 Pokemon that had a distinct weakness to electric type Pokemon. One of them having a 4 times weakness to electric types, that being his Gyarados. So imagine to the shock and entertainment of the masses who likely would have seen this battle, because I'm assuming all Pokemon League events are televised, because why wouldn't it be? Imagine a whole crowd seeing a tiny Pikachu take on a Pidgeot a Charizard and a Gyarados and absolutely outclassing them, right? Wouldn't that be exciting to see? Wouldn't that be something that you'd be like, oh wow, that is super cool? And wouldn't that then logically entail that that event would have made Pikachu an even more popular Pokemon, therefore leading to an explosion of Pikachu popularity, an increase in merchandise featuring Pikachu. That's the logic that happens in my brain when I think about that. And yet the development files in the Terra Leak say, nah, it's completely unrelated, apparently, because Red and Blue are only 10 years older than when they were when we last saw them. Like, get out of here with that, man. Ain't no way they're only in their 20s after all these 20 years business with everything else. Ain't no way. Plus, in the Kanto games, it's very much implied that Porygon was a very, very recent invention by Silphco. The Lost Pokedex from way back in the day even specifically states that Porygon was created in the year 1995. Right? That is a year prior to the start of the Kanto games, which, again, assuming that we're using the release dates, that means the Kanto games would have started in 1996. So that would mean that Porygon is only a year old, right? That's a relatively short time. You're telling me that according to the development files in Sun and Moon, that Porygon was created 10 years prior to Red starting his journey? Ain't no way, man. That's not recent. That's not something that can be considered a recent development. No. Because that's really nonsensical. It's really stupid. It's really fucking insane. Anyways, I'm gonna take a deep breath, because JBN and Hime-chan, y'all made redemptions. Thank you very much for your redemptions. I'm sorry for yapping there for a minute. I'm gonna go ahead and stretch and hydrate. Oh man, it is getting pretty late though. Okay. And then let me grab my Power right here. What if the anime was canonically a cartoon that started? That is something that I've always considered, because there is that one picture in the haunted Super Thrifty Mart that serves as Acerola's trial stage. That it's supposed to be a reference to Ash and Pikachu from the anime. And then you also also in that same game you run into a celebrity Pikachu at the fancy ritzy fucking hotel. And so you put two and two together, that Pikachu is a celebrity Pikachu. It would make sense if, the Pokemon anime was a fiction within a fiction, and that Pikachu was the Pikachu that very Pikachu in the show. That'd be pretty cool. To me at least, in my mind. Did you see the high? Yeah, I did see those, Pop. Thank you very much. I'm actually about to drink my Powerade right now. Yeah. So, as you guys can see, I'm very passionate about this, to the point where sometimes I get a little tunnel vision if I get too heated about it. So, there we go. All right. Yapping for 5 hours on a re-debut is pretty flex. Is it? Well, I'm glad that you think so. That'd be a pretty cool twist. Yes, it very much would be. All right. I'm stretched out. I'm hydrated. Okay. Let's try to bring things home. Yes, let's finish up this slide and get you guys out of here, because it's getting pretty late. I don't want to hold you guys up for much longer. You guys probably want to enjoy the rest of your weekend. So, next steps. Next steps here are going to be that I'm going to stream all of the main series Pokemon games, starting from Gen 1. Right? So just like how I was doing it previously, before my before my hiatus, I'm gonna play literally all the games, literally all of the main series Pokemon games, starting from Gen 1 and onwards. Okay? And I'm gonna notate any and all instances of potential chronology. So anything that can help me pinpoint a timeline, pinpoint when certain events happen at which times, etc., etc. And then after all that is done, right? After I'm successful in all of that, I'm going to create a YouTube video with all of my findings. And yes, you heard that correctly. I'm going to create a YouTube video, which means I'm going to turn my YouTube account into a proper YouTube channel, which I am going to try to do right like after this stream, because unlike previously, before I went on hiatus, I was a very dumb person, and I had no way of storing all of my VODs. So all of my previous VODs from the past are gone. So the only things left from them are old clips that you can find on my page. So this time I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn from my lesson there, and I'm going to change my YouTube account into a proper channel where I will try to come up with actual YouTube videos that talks about my own Pokemon theories and whatnot. And then that YouTube channel is also going to have where I'm going to archive all my VODs. So stay tuned. Give my YouTube account a follow, and subscribe to my YouTube. There we go, not follow. I will get better at this, guys. I promise. All right, now as far as the timeline, this is how it's gonna look as I'm going through my Project Herodotus, right? So I'm going to start with Pokemon Red and Blue. Then I'm going to move. Then once I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to the remakes. I'm going to move on to Fire Red and Leaf Green. And then once I'm done with that, I'm going to move on to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Again, same thing, same exact thing as I did the first time around. So no change there. All right. Then next up, after all of that is done, I move on to the Hoenn games because the Hoenn games are supposedly taking place around the same time as the Kanto games. Now, obviously I can't play both of these games at the same time, but this is the next best thing. I'm gonna play Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald first, and then I'm gonna play Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire after that. Okay. Afterwards, I move on to my absolute favorite Pokemon games, the Johto games, Gold, Silver, Crystal, and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I really, 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 really can't wait to start playing those games again. I will always enjoy replaying Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It's gonna be a great time. All right. Next up in the list, I will then play Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, and then I will play Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Okay, afterwards, I move on to Gen 5, where I will play Black and White. And then I will then play Black 2 and White 2 with the knowledge that X and Y is supposed to take place around the same time as Black 2 and White 2. And then after that, obviously that means I'm going to play X and Y after I play Black 2 and White 2. But after X and Y, I then go on to play Sun and Moon, and then Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And the reason why is because Legend ZA, again, spoiler alert, guys, for those of you who haven't played yet, Legend ZA implies that, sorry, not Legend ZA. The Terra Leaks imply that Sun and Moon takes place 2 years after X and Y. So there's that. That's why you see Cena and Dexio show up in Alola. All right, that ad is coming in fast, so I got about a minute and a half to try to finish this up here. All right, next up, I go for I start playing Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield are the next games to go up on the list. Afterwards, I play Scarlet and Violet. All right. Now, I do need to address the Legends series, right? In what order do I play the Legends series? All right, so Pokemon Legends Arceus, and in relation to Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. So, I would have to play Legends Arceus after Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl again because it is implied that the Lucas and Dawn that goes back in time does so after they already complete their journey in their Pokemon League journey, right? All right. Looks like that ad is about to come here in about 20 seconds. So I'm going to take a pause right here. Right? I'm going to take another breather. Ugh. Okay. All right. So about 5 seconds, the ad's about to roll here. So I'm gonna pause here and wait for you guys to get back. All right. Okay, looks like the ad break is finished. Everyone who was in the middle of an ad, sound off. Let me know that you're back, so that way we can continue. And then while you're sounding off, I'm gonna go ahead and catch up on chat here because I know I've been yapping for a little bit, and I was not paying attention to the chat, so my apologies, guys. All right. Let's see. Hime-chan. Oh, come on. All right, so. Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay, so Hime-chan says, my mental break after having written 32 pages for a project. Happy to hear your voice and witness your re-debut. Thank you very much, Hime. All right, he's in the zone. I definitely was in the zone, strategist. Enjoy myself? You clearly don't know me. You can always enjoy yourself, Veginox. It's like a clean start. Yes, I'm very much treating this as a clean start. You could consider this a reboot, a remake, if you will. Let's see. I used to play these games growing up. Very nostalgic. Yeah. Very nostalgic. The minus 10 HP each time he slams his desk, gushing over gold and silver. Obviously, I will always gush over gold and silver. By the way, do you know if the ages are given for the XY protagonist? No, actually. So the Terra League has not revealed that information, sadly. I very much wish that was the case. Having character ages is always fun. Let's see. I wouldn't say we didn't need the Terra League to know Sun and Moon are 2 years after X and Y. Yeah, there was that art. There was the art book of Sun and Moon that did feature Grimsley with the whole with the Japanese caption saying 2 years after. But before the Terror Leak, I didn't want to trust that it was saying that it was 2 years after X and Y. It was 2 years after X and Y because it was very vague, and even in game we didn't have very many. We didn't have a lot of context to know what it was in reference to. However, with the Terror Leak, the Terror Leak further proved that yes, it is after X and Y, because it revealed that Cena and Dexio are 2 years older than where they were at in X and Y, which perfectly lined up with Grimsley being 2 years older in the art book. So, which further solidified the fact that X and Y and Black 2 and Y 2 take place roughly around the same time, according to the deleted timeline from Miyamura. All right, let's see. The best time to play Legends Arceus was 150 years ago. True. In placement of events in an established timeline, start with Arceus, play ZA where it slots in. Yeah. Obviously, I start with Legends Arceus first. I hope you're having a good day. Yep, yeah. I'm having a good day, Hime. I hope you are having a good day too. I do want to show you something, Ramnus. It's a blank plate. All right, Aura. Let's see what you got here for me. Okay, looks like a thing here from Pokemon. Okay, Aura. Come on, man. If you had a Gardevoir like mine, you'd have done it too. Oh man. Oh, that's hilarious. It all the more funny that the Pokemon Company actually released a life-size Gardevoir plushie, which makes this all the more hilarious. Oh man. No one's ever going to forget that. You know, if I was a Pokemon trainer, my Pokemon team will mainly consist of Fairy and Psychic types. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So you'd be just like Bede with his Fairy and Psychic type Pokemon. But yeah, Psychic and Fairy type is very expected combination, because you know they have a lot of overlap. Fairy magic and psychic energy. There is some overlap there, so I'm not surprised that it's a common thing. Anyways, let's go ahead and try to finish this off here. So, like I said, with the Legends series games, I'm gonna play Legends Arceus first, but obviously before Legends ZA. But I'm gonna play Legends Arceus after finishing Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, based on how things are implied to have taken place. So you go through Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl first. You finish the game, and then it is implied that at some point later, maybe a few years, because you're supposed to be 15 years old in Legends Arceus. At some point, you get isekai'd over to the past thanks to Arceus, and you start having this wonderful adventure in the past, kind of like Inuyasha. Now that I think about it, except you don't have the ability to willfully travel back to the future. You're kind of stuck there. Although Legends ZA does kind of imply that they did return to the future. So I'm glad for that. I'm very happy to hear that, especially my boy Ingo. My boy Ingo, I'm so glad he wasn't stuck in the past and he got to reunite with his brother. It brought a tear to my eye. Anyways, so yeah, yes. So after that, like I said, the next up is going to be Legends ZA, right? Here's the thing about Legends ZA. As I said, Legends ZA is canonically set 5 years after X and Y, which means that it is definitely after Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So I definitely have to play it after those games. However, where exactly in relation to Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet do I place Legends Arceus ZA? Right? I just said Legends Arceus ZA. What the fuck? I mean Legends ZA. So do I play Legends ZA after Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon? Do I play it after Sword and Shield, or do I play it after Scarlet and Violet? So I'm still not sure yet, but I got a pretty good hunch that I need to play. I got a pretty good hunch that I need to play it between Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. I've got a good hunch that that's where it's supposed to be set. It's between those two games. Pretty sure, not 100%. I'm open to having my mind changed about that. But I have yet to complete the game, so I hopefully I'll have a more concrete answer by the time I actually finish the game. But yeah, like I said, I definitely have to play it after X and Y. I have to play it after Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and then maybe possibly play it after Sword and Shield, but before Scarlet and Violet. All right, now before I get to any questions, let me read the chat here. You guys were going off on the chat here a little bit. Where is my life-size Eternamax Eternatus Game Freak? It's in the post, but Customs has some words for you. You're not your own ancestor. Good. Oh, yeah. No, I'm my own grandpa here. I'm my own grandpa. I'm my own grandpa. I wish I wasn't so, but I really must know that I'm my own grandpa. Oh my god. Okay, so little tangent here. The reason why I know that song is because there's a guy in my unit who we constantly like to rag on about being from Arkansas, and it's always been a pretty fun running joke. He's in on the joke, so he doesn't take any offense to it. Where he it's deep south, like Alabama, so you got all that sibling loving, keeping it within the family type feel, and so he was kind of forced to learn that song, I Am My Own Grandpa, and that's how I got to learn that song exists, and it actually is a bit of a bop. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that song myself. Anyways, let's see. Legends Zygarde Arceus. That'd be pretty cool if that was the case. There's a line that confirms Leon is now a former champion in ZA. Oh, okay. So yeah, then definitely after Sword and Shield. It seems like the events of Sword and Shield have just concluded by the time ZA begins. Okay. You are Professor Rowan's assistant's ancestor. Professor Lambert's assistant is your ancestor. I just remembered that the Galar Battle Tower is established by ZA2. Really? I may have to pick your brain about that later on after stream, but that's definitely something I'll probably have to keep my eye on. Anyways, let's go ahead and wrap this up. All right, so after all of that, does anybody have any questions as far as Project Herodotus is concerned? The floor is now open to questions. Feel free to lay it on me. What time is lunch, Professor? Lunch will probably be like within the next, I don't know, 10-ish minutes, depending on if there's anything else I want to talk about before ending the stream. Right, someone talks about Leon taking over the battle tower after being defeated. Okay. What is your favorite color? Well, if you couldn't guess by the stream surroundings and by my attire here, my favorite colors are red, black, and white in that order. The teacher in me will just stare at you, college student trying to get a degree in history teaching. Do we get goodie bags? Unfortunately, no. I have no goodie bags, mostly because if I had any bags like that, they would probably be claimed by all the fire type Pokemon that I have here. It's a bit of a fire. It would be a bit of a fire hazard, more so than usual. You know, you don't want burning plastic, and you don't want easily flammable paper bags. So, yeah, no goodie bags. Sorry. All right, so with that out of the way, here are just a list of references that I have for you guys. You know, you got the Junichi Masuda quote from Dr. Lava's Twitter account. I put here the Mr. Buddy's timeline video, so you guys can kind of check that out on your own time. And of course, Project Horizons version 1 at the Pokios website. So. And that's the end of that. Yay! Hooray! That's done. Scarlet and Violet is a tricky one to place. Our only hint is that characters like Lacey and Drayton were off-screen infants during the time of Black 2 and White 2. Probably. I don't know the time. I'm honestly not entirely sure about the timing about that. All I know is that Clay potentially had a child in his mid-50s. So that's pretty interesting. And what's even more interesting is that when you look at Clay's development file from Black and White, you can clearly see that at every single point in time throughout his entire development, one thing remained consistent, and that is he hates kids. That one particular quirk about him remained consistent from inception to the very last piece of documentation before release. So because of that, I can only assume that it was intended that in the actual release of Black and White, Clay still hated kids. Clay channeling his inner Joseph Joestar. All right, so that is pretty much everything that I wanted to go over today for this re-debut stream. Yeah, got both my slideshows done. Got both of my slideshows done, and then I also did that. I tested out that reaction video. So yeah. Oh, hang on. Okay. So yeah, pretty much that's all the gist of what I wanted to do. Let's see here. He does get uppity at you when Team Plasma gets through. True. You did a great job on your re-debut. Looking forward to see how you move forward. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh God. All right. Thank you for the follow, Kai. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. So, to kind of close things out here, I do want to reiterate that, you know, everything is in the works to turn my personal YouTube account into a proper YouTube channel where you guys can find all of the VODs here from these streams. Yeah, I know it was loud. That was loud, Dad. Yeah. kind of startled me up for a little bit. I gotta make sure I fine tune that after stream. But yeah, so with this actual YouTube channel, I'm going to place all my VODs there for these streams as an archive, as well as try to create like actual YouTube videos that contain a lot of the things I want to talk about in terms of Pokemon theories and whatnot. I may also like kind of redo some Pokemon theories that I wrote for Loxton, and just put my own put those theories in my own words and have it and actually say these things as I intended them to be. But yeah, definitely look forward to a lot of content, a lot of different things that I want to do. I do have unlike previously, I do have a schedule or a schedule graphic that was made. So definitely expect a posted schedule for what I plan to stream this next coming weekend, this Friday, November 7th, it looks like. Yeah, so that is where we're gonna start actually properly, doing some gaming. All right, so I'm still gonna try to see about. Oh, Hime, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, so as far as what I'm gonna stream on Friday on the weekends, I'm gonna try to see about working it out. Like, probably gonna do a Pokemon. I'm gonna probably do a Pokemon game on one day, and then I'm gonna do a different video game on the next day, and maybe a reaction stream depending on if there's a Pokemon video. Well, actually. Speaking of reaction speaking of reaction streams, here's an idea that I always had that I wanted to throw your guys' way. So when it comes to reaction streams, there's like a I guess an unwritten rule or something, or like a vibe that says no pre-watching. Well, that's kind of a very hard challenge for me, because there's a lot of videos that I want to react to that I've already previously seen. The thing is, like with me, I still want to do reaction videos for previously watched videos, because I still want to get my thoughts and my opinions out there for whatever topic is going on in those videos. So it's gonna be a bit weird, not gonna lie, especially if you're used to watching reaction content. But that is something I do want to try to do. Is I still want to do reaction videos to past videos that I have personally seen on my own time. But I still want to give a quote unquote reaction and just give you guys my thoughts and opinions on whatever is being discussed. Let's see. It's fine. It's fine if you pre-watch it. Oh, thank you, Sakai. I appreciate you saying that. But yeah, so I think that's how I'll break it down. Is one day is gonna be a Pokemon game, one day is gonna be a non-Pokemon game, and one day is going to be a reaction. Like a reaction stream. So yeah, that sounds like a plan. Yeah. That's what I'll do. Yeah, if you want to talk in depth about it, it's like going in depth about your reaction. Yeah. That's a fair take about it. Anyways, yeah. So again, I'm gonna I do have that scheduled. And now that I've worked out in my head how I'm gonna break that down, excuse me. Definitely expect to see more of that in the future. Again, I plan on streaming every weekend. Unless there's I have like an extended weekend, like a 4-day or like a holiday or something, then I'll probably do like guerrilla streams that are not part of the schedule. Or if I happen to know if I happen to know of a extended weekend beforehand, I will attempt to change the schedule according to that date. So for example, like if I have another 4-day weekend like this weekend, right, and I'm aware of it like weeks in advance, I will take that into account, and I will put that I will make people aware of that with the schedule that I post. So hopefully that makes sense. I have a screenshot from a point you haven't gotten into ZA yet that references timeline information. Awesome. Definitely send that to me here in a few minutes because I'm about to end the stream here. Don't forget to mention the Discord plans. So yeah. As far as Discord plans, I did have a plan to have an entire Discord server for you guys. That ended up kind of going through, but at this point in time, it has evolved into just a cozy space for me and a few friends, mostly people who are working on Project Auspice, my Fakemon region project. So that's pretty much what it has turned into. Time will tell if I will change my mind again and actually make it into a proper Discord channel for my streaming community. But at this current time, I kind of like it the way it is right now. It's very intimate. It's very close knit with the group of friends that I have working with right now. But it's not completely off the table. Welcome back. Thank you, Star Jim. Hey, I remember you. Yeah, I remember you. Thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me back. I really appreciate it. I'm glad to be back. Oh, I'm glad to be back. It was nice stopping by and listening to you talk about what you plan to do. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by, Hime. Make a separate Discord and call it Fringe Cord. Probably. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it some thought. I'm gonna have time to give it some thought. Anyways, oh, another ad is gonna start. Yeah, no, I'm gonna nip that in the bud. So, anyways, that's gonna be it. Thank you, guys. Thank you again. Thank you once again for joining me on my re-debut stream. Thank you so much for everybody who has taken time out of their busy schedule, their busy lives to come say hi to me and you know, my particular quirks. And also thank you everyone who wished me a happy birthday, because yeah, today is my birthday and I'm now 33 years old. Yay. Nah, I don't mind. I don't obsess about age like a lot of people. Yeah, thanks, Pop. I appreciate it. Oh heck, happy birthday! Thank you. All right, so yeah, that's gonna be about it. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on today's stream, and I will catch you Fringe Maniacs next weekend. Have a good day.